Hello, everybody. JR here, back as always. How is everybody doing today? Do do do. Let's see. Everything looking good? Oh, well, try. Hopefully you had a nice nap. Hopefully you feel re-energized afterwards. Hey, I'm doing good, Re. I'm doing good. Before I forget, let me see. Uh, Actually, you know what? I think I think Try should be able to do me. Oh, Reed, you're writing a cover letter. Okay. Hopefully that all hopefully that all comes out great. Um, Let me see. I still can't. Nope. I wait. No, I actually can do it. I believe I can. Um, no, I cannot. Okay. Dang emotes. Uh, yeah, here we go. All right, all right. So here's 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 what we're gonna do. Since I know Try got me, would you mind? Yep, there you go. So Ree, if you see the emote that Try just posted in the chat, that is your emote. If you can get the reference of where it comes from. Yep, she got it. She got it. Uh, uh, I was looking, I was looking for a hug emote, and I was like, you know what? I think this one, I think this one would work, considering, considering Ree probably needed a hug after that DLC because of how insanely angry she was. Oh, she's she's in the denial phase. She's in the denial phase. She went from anger, now she's in denial. uh, Now specifically with that emote, um, it's probably hard to tell because of how small the emotes are, but it's very obvious Chloe is in her pirate outfit. But if you're able to see, um, Max is also in her pirate outfit. Uh oh. Uh, but as I was saying, Max is also in her pirate outfit because in the farewell bonus episode of Before the Storm, when Max is in the attic looking for the going to get the little the amulet, when you're moving around the stuff so Max can squeeze through to get the amulet, there is a secret little dead end corner if you're arranging the furniture correctly, and you could go behind there and find some little extra like goodies, like a bunch of Williams like box of like his stuff and whatnot when him and what was it, Joyce were like younger and stuff. And you could also find a box of Max and Chloe's stuff and Max's pirate outfit is actually in the box, and Max will actually take it out and wear it pretty much from that point all the way until you dig up the time capsule, because at that point Chloe also takes off her pirate outfit, so both of them will take off the pirate outfit at that point. So and the funny thing about it too is when Max is in the pirate outfit, her dialogue will actually have options to go with the pirate theme and do like the pirate voice and everything, which is pretty much what Chloe was doing at that point also. So both of you can like play along with the whole thing. Oh yeah, no problem, Ree. At the very least, I did want you to at least see the little emo I made. I made for you, since everyone else got to see their little emote references. I wanted to make sure that at least you were able to see it. Yeah, sure. Try. Go ahead. Do your thing. And you're very welcome, Rye. No problem. Ree, no problem. And hopefully that cover letter will come out wonderfully. Um, and also try. Hopefully, uh, the boy will be able to join us soon. I'm sorry, the Kratos references are way too easy with the name. uh, let's see. Let's see real quick. So, little bit. Yes we do try. We we all do love a happy boy, don't we? But let's see. Boom 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 boom. Where is Here we go. All right. So, little bit of house, little bit of a refresher is in our last video, we finished the character tier list. So this was the gigantic monstrosity of a character tier list uh, that we were able to run through and get through. And obviously, this did take as long as it looks. Some would say probably took a lot longer. But hey, that's the price you run when you start, you know, getting into like discussions and a little bit of debating with the audience back and forth and things like that. So, you know, it's all in good fun, and it's all, great. Um so we were able to get all of this done. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do the final tier list, which is the excuse me. Like I said at the end of the last video, of the last part of this, the overall tier list. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the pieces of the tier list that we've completed so far, which is the soundtrack tier list, the overall episodes and chapter tier list, and then, as I showed before, the gigantic monstrosity that is the character tier list. And we're going to put all of this in a blender, in each individual blender of all of these things, the game, the comics, and all of that, and see where they all rank as a complete full package. Are some of these things, are the sum of the parts of some of these better than the complete package that they turned into? I guess we'll see. But also, for this overall tier list, we're also going to be including two new points of discussion, because there was a exception when we were doing the particularly the character tier list, and that was the characters from the currently the two Life is Strange novels that came out, and that would be the Steph Story novel right here, and the Heat Waves novel right here. So these two novels, are going to be I guess you could say, more of the overall focus up front in this ranking right now, because you know these novels weren't able to get a lot of the attention that I would have wanted, mainly because one, since we're dealing with a novel, since we're dealing with novels, because I've explained this before, but you know, we're just gonna go over it again because it's been a while since I've explained the omissions of these for so long. Is obviously the no duh part is obviously these don't have soundtracks, they're fucking novels. Just like the comic books. Like but as far as like the chapter and episode list, each of these books are about like 30 chapters or so, give or take. And some of those chapters are like only a couple of pages, some of them. So if I broke those down into like the individual chapters, it would be so like very weird and stuff. Because for example, you would have not an example of something that actually happens in the book, but as a as a as a regular just off the cuff example, say I don't know, you have a chapter of Steph just sitting down and like reflecting on like recent events that happened, and then that's pretty much it. Like that's literally that would be like a whole chapter. So it's like how you would how would you put that in like a ranking format would be very weird. It would be very like awkward to do something like that. So these wouldn't necessarily fit in a format like that. And also, as far as the tier list goes, as far as the tier list goes with characters for these, since they're novels, they obviously don't have pictures, and it would be kind of very awkward on a character tier list to just have a bunch of I guess just names. And sometimes I'm not like the best when it comes to names of characters, cuz even in real life I'm more of a like a faces type of person. Like sometimes I may forget like a person's name, but I'll remember their face more often. Like for me to remember like a name of somebody, I kind of have to be around them and be interacting with them for like a while for the name to like really stick. So that would be like an issue with these. Um so maybe at a cuz maybe at a later date maybe we could figure something out and come back to these tier lists later, obviously as more like extended universe like material and stuff comes out and things like that. Then obviously certain lists will probably need to get updated and things like that. So these tier lists are usually, you know, gonna be like in a to be continued state for like however long the franchise just keeps, moving along and gets new things added to it. So that's pretty much how that works. How that's gonna work. So even though once we finish the overall tier list, it may be the end of these rankings for now. But once like more material and stuff comes out, then we'll return to these uh, at a later date and just like update things and whatnot. So that's pretty much how that goes. So first, what we're gonna do is we are going to start the discussion with the Steph Story novel. So we're going to so I'm going to go through like a basic synopsis from what I remember of the novel and pretty much like rank it from there. Okay, so first, I will give the actual synopsis that they give on the back of the book for one. So I will read this real quick. So here we go. Steph Gingrich has finally run out of couches to surf. Now she's back at her dad's place in Seattle to figure out what she wants to do with the rest of her life. Steph fills her time working at the local gamer cafe during the day and running RPG sessions at night. That is until Izzy whirls into Steph's existence, clutching a crumpled stack of band posters. Izzy is electric, a punk, a girl who likes girls, and a hell of a good guitarist. Turns out the punk life is exactly what Steph needs. She loves the music, the art, and the fashion, but most of all, she likes the girl. Entranced, she offers to drum for Izzy, forming the band Drugstore Makeup. A hit in more ways than one, Drugstore Makeup compete in a battle of the bands before deciding to tour the offbeat punk venues of America. But Steph and Izzy soon find themselves on different wavelengths, unable to communicate and needing different things. So there you go. There's the basic little setup of what the Steph's story novel is all about. Um, so, also, let's see. Is it here? Where is it? How did I know, Try, you were literally going to say that? Noise. I really need to read that book. um, and as the comic books established with taking a ending from the games, deciding on an ending and choices from the games that they're gonna build their story on. try, try, try says reading is hard. Hey, listen, you're not wrong. Reading is hard. When I was reading, well, I wasn't reading this on stream, but reading the comic books on stream, I'm pretty sure I had a couple of how do you say that word, moments, or getting tongue tied as I was like trying to read something. So yes, reading can be hard, even when you're getting as old as I am at this point. So he's, uh, Try says I can read chat and watch for Rascal. That's about the best I can do. hey, hey, it all helps. But as I was saying, um, the as the comic books established, as I said, with deciding on an ending from the games to run with, um, the choices from the game that they're going to use to build upon whatever Life is Strange like expanded story they're going to tell. Um, these novels also do the same thing. There is a because if you remember, the Forget Me Not comic books also, um, in the beginning of them, had a page similar to this, uh, where the book kind of lays out to you like what ending they're gonna go with and some of the choices from the games that they're gonna go with. So they immediately begin by being upfront with you and being like, okay, this is the starting points that we're using before we get onto the story. So the novels do the same thing. And yes, Try. I did see your the the mods and everything. So the the mod comments. So thank you very much appreciated. So instead of me, instead of me re instead of me reading to you the timelines, the timeline background of what the choices that this novel is going to spring off of, I think we have someone that can probably read it a little better than I can. So, without further ado, I will play to you from the audiobook Steph Gingrich herself, Katie Benz, to explain to you what the timeline is that this book is gonna go is gonna go off of.
The timeline. Author's note. Life is Strange is a world of choices. Some are small and others are downright cosmic. None are inconsequential. Though Steph's life exists outside Arcadia Bay and Haven Springs, she is greatly impacted by events in both. Steph's story occurs in a timeline where Arcadia Bay was destroyed, but Chloe Price was not. One of many possibilities in the vast multiverse. Whether your choices mirrored these or not, I hope you choose to read Steph's story with an open mind and continue to bring your creativity to the infinite universes of Life is Strange.
Not really much. Not really much I can add about that one, though, don't you think? uh, so yes, this book has an audio book. So, try this. Try says this audiobook means the fucking world to me. Yeah. So that's a little taste of the audiobook. So when I did do the streams, for this audiobook, for this book, I did use the audiobook playing in the background, and then me pretty much like pausing and chiming in and out to like uh discuss the events and stuff, and what I, adding my 2 cents into everything that was going on in the novel. So there's that. And it goes without saying the audiobook is really good. I'm going to try I'm going to try my best. No promises though. To try to separate using the audiobook in this book's favor, cuz I kind of feel having Katie Benz do the audiobook for this was kind of cheating. so so I'm gonna try my best to not let the audiobook play heavy biases on this. Yes, like yeah. So all of my streams are always archived on my YouTube channel. So any of the really old stuff that Twitch, you know, always deletes after a certain amount of time, everything is always archived on the YouTube channel. So including every single of these Life is Strange stuff that I've done in full from beginning to end. So, which is pretty much a lot of content at this point on this alone. And obviously try, I know you're joking there by saying, I mean, who wouldn't want to hear Katie read them a book? uh, and that is 100% also, as jokey as that comes in, as jokey as that sounds, it is 100% true and accurate. Of why wouldn't you want Steph herself read you her own story? Like, come on. It's practically a no duh moment. But also, um, it also goes without saying, if you didn't realize by the synopsis and everything that is the synopsis that I read, this is obviously a prequel novel to Life is Strange True Colors. So this book is pretty much the in between of what Steph did after Arcadia Bay, leading up to finally going, being in Haven Springs. So, um, and Try continues to say, I still stand on business that it is some kind of sorcery that your VODs hit YouTube immediately after stream. It's amazing work, it's amazing work. Hey, like I said before, I paid some good money for this gaming laptop, so that way my streams can at the very least function in a very good way. So at the very least, the best I can say is at least it was money well spent. Apparently, since I'm getting these good technical results and things like that. So uh, uh, so another thing. So first, since we're going over the novel, we're gonna go over some of the more visual things about the novel. Even though this is a pure like text-based novel, they did include a little bit of illustrated stuff in it in very small ways to kind of give the novel a little bit more flavor than just plain like text on a page. Um, Also, as I'm finding an example in the book to show you, uh, huge shout outs obviously go to the author of the novel, Rosie Thor, who did a really good job uh, capturing Steph's character and stuff at the very least of the novel. So it doesn't feel like Steph is like out of place or like acting out of character or anything. So she definitely fit that. Um, and yes, Triune, thank you. As you said that I should be proud. Yes, thank you. I definitely am proud at how all of this has turned out overall, even with like various like technical hiccups that have happened in the middle of streams and stuff in the past, which you can relive some of those in some of those vlogs on YouTube. Because in some of those videos, there are technical difficulties, and you could all uh, laugh at my frustrations and stuff when all of the stuff is happening. Because I definitely have a couple of moments where I do like flip my lid and stuff at some of the stuff that goes on. So whether it's uh, whether it's games that crash or bugs and stuff within the games that happen at very unwanted times. Like all of that stuff is in those VODs too. Cause hey, some of that stuff was actually pretty funny. So I might as well have left it in at that point. So for one, um, as a callback, uh, to the as a callback to the like the episodic structure of the original games, the novel is well, the Steph story novel is actually separated into like chunks. So along with obviously the individual numbered chapters. So for instance, you the beginning of the novel starts in spring. So pretty much it's also a shout out to the Wavelengths DLC. Because if you played the Wavelengths DLC, that also starred Steph and you actually getting to play as Steph. That DLC was also separated into like a seasonal format, a 4-season format. So as a shout out to that, the novel also did that for this, where I believe it is, um, I believe it is it all 4 pieces? Uh, oh no, it's wow, it's like 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. So probably about like 8 seasons. So pretty much the novel kind of covers about like 2 years of Steph's life before heading to Haven Springs, before she even gets there. And pretty much the end of the novel is getting into Haven and then uh, not directly leading up to the events of True Colors, but getting close enough. That's pretty much how that works. Um, also, oh, good. This page actually has all of the visuals on one page. So the novel also does this, where some of the chapter markers have Steph's drumsticks illustrated on the corners of the page, and also anytime in the book that Steph is texting people, like having text exchanges with people, they actually included like the actual visual like texting boxes between her and whoever she's texting. So a little bit of a visual stuff here that gives the novel some some flair, you know. So that way it's not just you reading just plain text the whole time. So they kind of give you a little bit of a thing. Um, so um, uh, to the point of for anyone that is thinking about reading well, I say reading, but listening to the audiobook. The audiobook clocks in at about a little over 8.5 hours. So you have pretty much over 8.5 hours of Katie Benz uh reading you the book here. So um and also Katie does read this book completely in character. So she's not just sitting there blandly reading the book to you. She is acting, well, vocally, she's acting out the book also. So, uh, so pretty much, um, as the the back of the book suggests, the you have Steph meeting Izzy, go to um, getting to know each other, and then starting their actual relationship, and then dealing with that relationship. And like it also suggests, they are they form their band, and they are actually doing a battle of the bands competition that they are gonna compete in. But obviously, there's a lot deeper and a more personal meaning behind doing the battle of the bands and forming Izzy and Steph forming a band to begin with. And that is because when Steph meets Izzy, and they start getting to know each other a little bit, Izzy has left a previous band that she was a part of because of disagreements within the band, particularly against her. So they were kind of signaling her out and kind of bullying her ideas on like writing songs that she's written and stuff for the band and like things like that. So because of that, Izzy pretty much threw her hands up and was like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm just leaving. So Izzy leaves and then, meets up with Steph later because she coincidentally goes into the gaming cafe that Steph works at. And she, after Steph finds out all of this, from Izzy, like obviously Steph gets mad and stuff because, her and Izzy has, start out as friends. Like they kind of, um, start forming a little bit of a camaraderie. And obviously with Steph, if you mess with her friends, then that's when Steph's claws start coming out, and she's gonna and she's gonna like tear you to shreds. So pretty much motivated by Steph wanting Izzy to get like what Izzy deserves, like the justice pretty much that Izzy deserves. They form a band because the main point is like, okay, let's form a band between you and me, and let's show your old band that your ideas and stuff actually had worth and can be successful. So pretty much forming out of like extreme spite to pretty much like we'll show them type of thing, right? And the Battle of the Bands thing comes in because they find out that the old band, that Izzy's old band, is going to be competing in that Battle of the Bands competition. So what better way to upstage their old band and show them, their worth by trouncing them in the Battle of the Bands competition. So pretty much that's how that goes. And obviously, like while they're preparing, like uh, for the competition, like all practicing, trying to get their name out there and everything um, for the competition, you get all your personal stuff going on. Also, if you don't remember, Izzy did cameo in True Colors in one of the emotion, Alex's like little emotion like flashback collectibles that you could find in the game. So there is one that you could find, which is the uh, Steph and Izzy's old drugstore makeup little pin buttons. And in that flashback, you actually get to hear Izzy. So Izzy does actually have a voice and stuff. As very brief as it is. And pretty much with that is when is the little basis that inspired doing this book, because it was like, oh, um, it would be interesting to kind of see like how that relationship like went. Hence this book. So also that flashback moment is actually reenacted within this book also. So they do show um, the immediate before and after that flashback. So you get like the complete like picture of the flashback in its entirety within the book. Um, which, if you didn't know from that flashback, it was also revealed that Izzy um, is a trans woman, and which was also for me when this book was announced. That was actually one of the things that really interested me um, in this book the was how would a lesbian relationship work with a with a trans woman and uh a non-trans woman, how would that work? Like, would there be like certain like conflicts and stuff that could like come from that? So oh, I was like interested to see like how that would be addressed and stuff, and what they would do with that. For me, I believe this was pretty uh, um, tastefully handled. Um, I obviously I can't speak from personal experience on that because I'm not trans in any way. So I don't know how a trans person would feel on how they depicted all that in the book. So that would be anyone in uh, anyone in like the comments or anything as far as like the VODs and stuff go. If anyone out there is trans and has read or heard uh, the audiobook for this, let me know how you feel about how that was handled and portrayed in the novel. I'm really curious on how the actual community, uh, the trans community would actually feel about it. In any case, uh, a little bit of noteworthy things. The original characters, because there are original characters in this book, because it's not just Izzy and Steph. Rosie Thor did include her own original characters. Like obviously, um, Izzy's old bandmates, they're all original characters. Don't ask me what their names are off the top of my head because I another clear reason why the novel characters were not included in the tier list because it would be hard for me to remember all of them. Because there were a couple of people in the band. I think maybe three. I think it was three. And I believe the band, their band, I think were all girls. I believe. I do know the leader of the band was a girl, was a woman, and she's the one that gets the most uh like the most dialogue and like interactions with like Steph and Izzy and all that stuff. So I know her. I don't remember her name, but I do remember her being more prominent than the other band members. Uh, and Steph's co-workers in the gaming cafe. Um, I believe the other her other friend in the gaming cafe is a guy, and I believe he's also gay. Because I do remember that um he does hook up with another guy, and they both like have their own little like couple moments and stuff, and they're also like friends with Steph and things like that. So there's like several interactions and stuff with them. I know I know the main one, like the main one that's like Steph's closest friend. He was extremely funny um throughout the book. Like he was pretty much almost like the comic relief character and the character that kind of, when serious moments happen and Steph like needs someone outside of her and Izzy's relationship to talk to, he's the one that she like generally goes to. So even though he's like the comic relief character, he does um get like serious when like the appropriate like occasions and stuff call for it. And sometimes also adding like a little like comedic like undercutting of certain like heavy emotional moments to kind of give you some some levity to moments and things. So he was pretty fun. Also, because I'm pretty sure you're wondering, because of what Katie read, um, what Katie read from the there we go. Read from the timeline thing, from the timeline part, with Chloe being, with Arcadia Bay being destroyed and Chloe being alive. Um, I believe there is a wavelength um, reference in there because I think they do bring up the fact that Steph's mom dies in Arcadia Bay when the storm hits and wrecks the town. Because if you do go with that ending in the Wavelengths DLC, then that's like the big like overcoming grief moment that Steph has to like face and try to like deal with, is her mom thing. So I believe they do address that in the book, I believe. Um, and you also get um, some comic cameos because if you were paying attention, this is also a band story. So that would mean you would get a some cameos of the high seas from the comic books. So all of them do cameo in this, particularly as the comics established. Pixie um, is the more focused on cameo because in the comics, it is established that Pixie is the one that teaches Steph how to be a drummer and play the drums and all that stuff. So, so you do also see like kind of the beginnings of that, of uh, of Pixie kind of teaching like Steph a little things with the drums and all that stuff. So I don't believe it's them meeting for the first time. I think the novel already establishes that are already a little familiar with each other by this point, I think. Most likely through, I think, the D&D sessions that Steph does online with Pixie, because the novels also establish that Pixie and Steph do like D&D digital D&D sessions with each other on like video chats and like stuff like that. So there is that. Also, um, since I'm mentioning the comic books, um, in the main comic books, the Chloe and Max comics, the Steph um, that shows up by the end of the Steph of the Chloe and Max comic book run is from the Rachel timeline from the comic books. This novel, because they don't say it, because they don't outright say it. Uh, this is obviously taking place within the original timeline. Um, so so in the comics, Steph meets like Max and stuff, and has a little reunion with both like Chloe and Rachel from that timeline. So in this, Steph like doesn't know, didn't meet Max or anything like that. So this isn't the same Steph from the from the from her cameo in the Chloe and Max comics. But but Rosie does throw in the fan servicey moment of Steph meeting Max for the first time with a cameo from Max and Chloe uh, like visiting Steph, and Chloe like introducing Max to Steph, because that you pretty much a meet my new girlfriend type of thing, and that's it's not a very long scene, but it's like a quick little cameo thing. For all the fans that want the Steph meeting like Max moment again, because technically the comics did do it first. But since we're doing it again in the original timeline instead, the novel pretty much this novel pretty much gave you that too. Um, Pretty fun scene yet again. Like I've said before, fan service can be bad when it's very gratuitous and it's like very like pointless and it doesn't really make any sense. Max and Chloe's cameo makes sense because also the comics did establish that after leaving Arcadia Bay, Max and Chloe do go back to Seattle, which is where Max's parents are, and where Max uh, was before coming back to Arcadia Bay to attend Blackwell Academy. So, and as the little synopsis in the back of the book said, this story starts out with Steph working at a gaming cafe in Seattle. So it pretty much makes sense that, Chloe would take the opportunity to like visit Steph at some point since they're all currently living in the same city. So so there you go. uh and yes, try. Exactly. Nice. More D&D in Life is Strange. Yes. uh ooh, excuse me. So, with this, I will and obviously we do get um Gabe towards the end of the book, because if you remember, in True Colors they established that Gabe went to see uh, Drugstore Makeup, Izzy, and Steph's band at some point, and that's how Steph and him get connect and stuff, and get to know each other and things like that. So you get the beginnings of the Gabe and Steph friendship before going to like Haven and all that stuff, and Gabe like trying to book Drugstore Makeup to come to Haven and perform and all that stuff. So you get like all of that. So the entire picture of all of that stuff you get in this novel. Um, what other big things to note here? Uh, um, hmm, not really much. Not really much. Well, off the top of my head that I can remember. Anywho, so with that, we are going to place the Steph Story novel. Um, so, uh, so where are we going to put this novel? Um, Also, obviously, it goes. I will say also it goes without saying. Um, Even though I will say it now to be clear, there is no superpowers in this novel at all, because Steph doesn't have any. Um, it's not revealed that like Izzy has like any superpowers or anything like that. So there isn't any superpowers in here. Even though Pixie and Max do have cameos in the book, they don't use any of their they don't really have a reason to use any of their powers. So even though they're in the book, there's no like superpower usage or anything in here. So that is definitely something I do want to say up front. So if anyone was wondering, like is Izzy gonna have like a power or something, since we don't know like anything about her really, uh, except the whole trans thing. That's literally was her only uh, thing that we knew about her. That was the only that was it. That was all we knew about her from the flashback of True Colors. So yeah, they didn't add that. Also, um, Rosie. Uh, Hold on. Before I get into it, I might as well just place this because I'm about to get into my reasonings for why I put this where I put it. Yeah. So yeah, I'll just put it in A tier. I'll put the Steph story in A tier. Partner in crime, partner in time, because um, Rosie Thor did with this book what what Before the Storm did for Rachel, and that is someone take a character from the games that you know pretty much little, extremely little, or nothing about, like 100% concrete information about, and actually give them full character, like give them a full personality, give them a full like everything. And Rosie did that for Izzy. So, which, if you remember, in my tier list here, let me zoom in a little bit. In my tier list here, oh shit, that is not what I wanted. There you go. Okay, hold on, I'm making sure that didn't fuck up the other tier list. No, it did not. Okay. Um, where is she? There she is. If you remember on my tier list, I put Izzy up here in all the way in B tier here. And it was also the very few times that I was able to mention this novel before this point. Um, which is also why she gets uh, that she got this high on the B tier list, is because of all the character and stuff that they gave her in this novel. Um, Also, if you're wondering where the picture of Izzy comes from, is it's a picture of Izzy and Steph that Steph has in the record store. Like, I believe you could find it in the record store in one of the episodes that you go into the record store in True Colors. Um, I don't remember exactly which episode you could find the picture in, but you pretty much find the picture in there, and it's of Steph and Izzy, or maybe it was in Wavelengths. Either way, it's in the game, and that's where the picture of Izzy comes from. So it's the only visual, like, representation uh of what Izzy looks like. So there's that. Um so we got uh so we jump back here. Oh, let me zoom out of this. There we go. Okay. Um, so yeah, that's pretty much the main reason uh why I give this novel like the high spot that it does is because I really appreciate uh when they take like a character when a character that is like significant to like a main character that you're supposed to like know that really is pretty much like a blank slate and you uh give them actual depth and make them a actual like well-rounded full character, which as I said is what Deck Nine did with Rachel in Before the Storm. So so I really appreciate that Rosie was able to do that with Izzy, because even though Izzy is not um, as substantially an important character as Rachel was to the original Life is Strange, um, Izzy was an important character to Steph, and obviously someone that was supposed to be important to Steph's like character development. So actually giving her um, some spotlight to make her a full fledged character is extremely appreciated. Um, Obviously, for purely selfish reasons, if I was counting the audiobook, then Steph's story would immediately jump up to S tier. So, but since I'm trying to disconnect the audiobook from the novel, so that way it's not um it doesn't severely influence this ranking here. But yeah, so this is pretty much where it goes. So this would bring me to this would bring me to the let's switch this camera view here. There you go. This would bring me to wavelengths now. So wavelengths here. Uh, this one, as you can see, this is a Steph and Alex focused novel. So, and this one is written. This one was written by Brittany Morris. So we have somebody else doing this particular novel. So um, first off, I will read the synopsis in the back real quick to give you a basic idea of what this novel is about. So here we go. Alex and Steph have left Haven Springs in the rearview mirror to travel the country chasing the horizon. Though they don't have much money, They have their guitar and drums and each other. But when their vehicle breaks down, they are stranded. Their only hope to repair, their only hope, a repair shop in a struggling town in the middle of nowhere. The town is dealing with a severe drought after an extended heat wave wreaked havoc on the local crops, plunging its inhabitants into poverty and water rationing. What remains of its essential resources are being diverted to indulge the local senator gathering support for their out of touch political campaign. Feeling the anger and despair of the town's inhabitants, Alex and Steph are compelled to do everything they can to help. But when Alex uses her powers to amplify the senator's fear of the climate crisis in the hope of galvanizing their support, her plan backfires and the emotions spiral wildly out of control. Alex and Steph now need to find a way to revive the hope of a failing town and resurrect its history of political action to save the townsfolk and themselves. So that is pretty much the basis of this. I will say up front, uh, it may be a turnoff for some people that, yes, the plot of this book does deal with political agendas. So if you don't really like a political story, you're probably not gonna like this. Um, for me, it actually does. It does work. They are it's for me. They're able to like pull it off and not have the political uh like messages and stuff overtake the personal drama of like of uh of what Alex and Steph are dealing with and all the other like town folk and like their personal things going on and all that stuff. So for me, they're able to find a good balance between all of that. So so yeah, that so I will say that up front because as soon as people generally start mentioning politics, I'm pretty sure you're gonna like tune out or something. But I believe that they were able. Brittany was able to find a good balance there. Also, where is it? Here we go. And yet again, just like the comics and the Steph novel, we do have a timeline notation on uh, what choices they're using as a springboard uh, for this story. Um, and hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Let me mute that real quick, just in case it. Oh, excuse me. Skip that. Skip that. There you go. Okay. So, all right. Um. Okay. Let me put the tier list back. Oh, okay. I thought the other one was still here. Okay. So, let me move this over here so that way this is out of the way. Okay. Excuse me. So, like the Steph Story novel, the Heat Waves novel here also has a audiobook attached to it. So, the audiobook is also done by. Unfortunately, it's not. It's not done by Katie Benz. So Steph isn't reading you the audiobook this time. But you could probably guess who is reading you the audiobook this time. And it is Alex Chen herself, Erica Mori, uh, doing the audiobook for the Heat Waves novel here. And with that, just like we did with the Steps novel, I think Alex herself needs to tell you what the timeline differences are for this. So let's have Erica Mori take it away and have Alex read the timeline here.
The timeline. Author's note. Life is Strange Heat Waves occurs in a timeline where Steph and Alex hit the road out of Haven Springs to chase their rambling band fantasy together. Whether your game choices led to page 1 of this book or not, I hope you enjoy the ride and continue to add your own spin to Life is Strange's world of infinite possibilities.
So, so yeah, very short, very little short timeline differences for this, because there's not a lot of, not really much of a springboard that you can jump off of here, um, because all it is literally just Steph and Alex, uh, what happens after they leave Haven. That's pretty much it. So, this is pretty much, you could also view this as a companion piece to the Forget Me Not comic mini series that also starred Steph and Alex, and which was another story that takes place after Steph and Alex um, are just traveling the country with their band and trying to like make a name for themselves. So pretty much you have both the Forget Me Not miniseries for the comics and this novel as two little stories of the continuing adventures of Steph and Alex after True Colors, pretty much. So we will. Is there a? Not really. No, this one doesn't really have much visual separation with than the Steph story novel did. Because this one is separated into just the traditional like numbered chapters. It's not like the Steph story where it had like several chapter chunks that were separated between the different seasons of the year. This one's not that, so which makes sense because the story of this is not um, being told within that big stretch of time. This one is just pretty much. I think their adventure probably lasts maybe a couple of months, so it's not really. I wouldn't say a couple of months, like maybe about a month. I think maybe, but yeah. The only real visual thing is every chapter pretty much has like the little bird, like a little bird in the corner. Like that's pretty much it. Um so like it says, the so Steph and Alex are traveling the country. They their their little tour bus. I forget what type of car they're using. Like I think it might be like a little van or something. Um, it's not the tour bus that they use in the Forget Me Not comic books. It's not that. Um, so I think this. I think they might get. I think they get something. I think they allude or reference to getting the tour bus by the end. By the end of this book, because it also turns out uh, that by the end of the book, because of the events that happen over the course of the book, uh, their car that they're using is a complete uh wreck. So at that point, they're not able to fix it, but they're able to get like a replacement. And it kind of alludes that it's their tour bus from the Forget Me Not comic books. So, um, also there is no, I don't believe there's any references. I mean, not references, but cameos. I don't think there's any like real cameos in here. Certainly nothing like big, like like the High Seas or Chloe or Max or anything like that. This is purely like centering around like Steph and Alex like the whole time. So there's no, which makes sense too, because where they're at, it would make no sense for there to be cameos or anything like that anyway. Because at that point, if you're putting cameos within this story, it's gonna come off very bad, because it's gonna come off extremely forced. Because why would any of those characters even be where Steph and Alex are in this? It would make no sense. So there's that. When their car breaks down and they go and they find their way to the town, it also so happens that I forget which one of them do, but they text. I think they text Charlotte. Um, to like find out like if anyone knows anyone that lives like in this town that can help them out. And it turns out that Charlotte's brother lives there. So pretty much for the during the course of the story, they're living with Charlotte's brother Ethan's uncle for a while, like while they're stranded and can repair their car initially, and by the end of the story, like get a completely new car. So yeah, um, that's pretty much as far as that goes. Obviously, the uncle is a new character created for this. Obviously, the senator, because pretty much what's happening is there is a election that is going on in the town, and there's like two candidates. There's this woman candidate, and then there's the male candidate. Which the male one is the more like important one. Um, because he's the one where you find where Steph and Alex like meet his actual family, and the drama and everything like surrounding that whole thing. Let's just say there is a very big family that he has, which is purely a bunch of daughters that he has. Particularly, this story only focuses on two main daughters. One that her has her own like complicated like baby daddy issues, and the other one who has a lot of grief that she's not dealing with very well, because it has manifested into several suicide attempts by her. With one of them actually happening with Steph and Alex around, so it gets like pretty crazy. The story gets really fucking nuts at times. Uh, to the point where like Steph and Alex are getting shot at, which isn't new for Alex, sadly, because Alex has been shot at before. Um, and a dam, because they find that there was a dam, and that's what's being used to divert like the water. Um, and there's a I believe the main male guy that's running for senator. The male candidate is proposing that if he's elected, he's going to make a water park amusement park, like within the town. Well, not within the town, like by the town, and he's gonna use that as a like a tourist attraction to try to get tourism to the town and stuff. Mind you, it's not gonna return like any of the water and everything that's gonna make the town entirely livable in any way. And there's also some like political corruption involved there, where like the whole proposal for the amusement park has some like shady money and stuff involved in it and things like that. So, and the townspeople are like very kind of like split into like whether to support the guy or not. Um, Also, it goes without saying that the female candidate is also against like the whole like amusement park like thing and all that stuff. So yeah, there's like a lot of uh, debating going on there, but it's pretty fun um, for the most part because Stefan, Alex, the chemistry between them and whatnot still is still uh, good like it was in True Colors, the game itself. So that's not a problem there. Um, how long is? Let me see. How long is the audio book? Um, okay, the audio book clocks in at at almost about uh almost about 8.5 hours for the audiobook. Uh, a little less than that, about like maybe like 10 or 20 minutes less than the Steph Story novel. So Alex, if you would like Alex Erica Mori to read you the audiobook, then go and get the audiobook to have her read you Heat Waves here. Um, let's see. The characters, the new characters themselves um, excuse me, were okay. Um, they weren't as strong and they weren't bad as as they could be. Because one of my main concern with this story was when I found out that the story had uh political elements and stuff within it. And the basis for the main conflict of the story is centered around political oppositions and stuff and things like that. So I was really hesitant initially at that, considering my history with Life is Strange 2 and how Life is Strange 2 um, handled their political messaging in that game. I will say though, at the very least, they do the political messaging stuff a lot better in here than Life is Strange 2 did for me. So there is that. Um, also, um, this does relate to Steph's and Alex's whole band thing because when they break down at the beginning of the story, excuse me, they are actually on their way to see like a was it like a scout or something for their band. Yeah, so they were like, going to see someone that was going to like potentially like help get their name out there, which was going to be like a big boost for them, right? So so uh which does get resolved by the end because of the course of the story and the twists and turns that the story goes in, they're not able to meet to make uh like their the like concert and stuff that they were going to be able to perform at, which was also with like a couple of other bands, but they were not able to be there, so they missed that. Uh, but by the end of the story, the person that they were going to meet uh, does kind of hear about the about their their helping of the town and everything, because everything that happens in this town gets so big that it literally does make like some national news with all the shit that happens. Let's just say that for various reasons, the dam that is blocking the water does get wrecked to the point where the dam does burst and all the water like uh floods a bunch of things. Which is also the reason why Steph and Alex's car gets completely totaled, because it does get caught in the flood when the dam breaks. So and the person that they meet um, has some connections and does get them a another car and stuff, so that way they can uh, continue their journey and things like that. So so that does get like kind of resolved and stuff and things like that. So yeah, a pretty wild ride, this novel. Like um it definitely has a lot more mm, kind of action um moments Like there's like kidnapping, tying tying up type of things, being held at gunpoint like several times, being shot at, and actually some of those shots being actually being getting connected, because I believe Alex does get like shot in the leg and actually does have to spend some time like in the hospital and stuff to recover from her like bullet wounds. So there is like quite a lot of like almost like a this is probably the closest that a Life is Strange thing gets to like probably like an action movie type of feel at times. Because when they're getting shot at, they're doing the whole like run your asses off. He has a gun, and then they have to like bob and weave through like a foresty area with a bunch of trees and stuff, and like avoid getting shot at and things like that. So it definitely gets pretty crazy. Um, but in any case, uh, where are we gonna rank the Heat Waves novel? So the Heat Waves novel, we are going to place the Heat Waves novel in. We're gonna place it. Hold on, let me move some stuff around a little bit. Here we go. We are going to place it in. Uh, I'll place it in A tier. I'll put it below Steph's story for now. Because because I have a feeling that certain things I'm going to I'm going to place in between Steph's story and Heat Waves. So the two novels are not going to be this close to each other for very long. Um, but I do appreciate uh, the that the Steph keeping the Steph and Alex dynamic. Uh, like that part is still strong. So I do appreciate that is there. Uh, oh, I think I forgot to read. I forgot to read these little parts from the novels. Hold on a minute. Uh, okay. All right, hold on. Let me change my view real quick. Cause uh, since we're finishing up the novel discussion here, there was some acknowledgments that the authors put at the end of these novels. So first of all, um, so these are like personal messages that the authors of the novels put at the end. Um, so I'm not gonna read like the whole thing word for word because some of it is just blatantly like acknowledging like family and friends type of thing. But there are like parts of it that is specifically like acknowledging like fans and the community and stuff. So those parts I will read. So the first one is from Rosie Thor, from the author of Steph's Story. And she says, she starts off with, no book is ever written truly alone. I have been lucky enough to have an incredible team behind me for Steph's Story. I can't believe my fortune to have ended up uh, with in this business with someone as genuine and talented as her. She's pointing out to her agent. Uh, the Try says the writers be like Roman Reigns, acknowledge me. uh, but yeah, I look. You should y'all know by now. Whether I like the whether I like the game, whether I like the novel, whether I like the comics or whatnot, I go out of my way to acknowledge the team that put all of these things together. Because whether you like it or not, there are actual people, real people, that are behind the creations of all of these things, whether you like it or not. So their hard work um, should be acknowledged whether you like it or not. So so Rosie continues on to say, uh, she thanks she thanks a bunch of people from Titan Books themselves. Um, and then she she also thanks uh, certain people from the Square Enix themselves, like the actual people she had to deal with the license holders themselves of Square Enix. So um, this part, here we go. She says, this book would not exist without the brilliant minds behind Life is Strange. Thank you to Raoul Barnett, Jean-Luc Co, Jean-Luc Cano, Michelle Co, and the team. Oh no, yeah, Michelle, and the team at Dontnod for creating the original story and characters of Life is Strange. And to the entire team at Deck 9 for deepening the universe in Life is Strange Before the Storm and Life is Strange True Colors. And most importantly, bringing us Steph. Thank you for building such wonderful characters and allowing me to play a small part in telling the monumental story that is Life is Strange. If I could go back in time and tell teenage Rosie that I would one day get to work with the publisher of some of her favorite games, I think she'd probably spontaneously combust on the spot. Special thanks to the other storytellers in the Life is Strange universe: Emma Vicelli, Claudia Leonardi, and Andrea Izio, who originated the crew of the High Seas in such vibrant color in the comics. And of course, a massive thank you to Steph herself, Katie Benz, whose performance has brought so much more than a voice to the character we all love. And she also thanks a bunch of like family and friends. And then she closes out with this message. Finally, thank you to the entire Life is Strange community. The fans of this series are some of the most passionate and creative I've encountered, and I'm honored to count myself among you. And that was Rosie's message at the end of the Steph Story novel. uh, Rosie almost had me tearing up on screen again over here. Mm, do, 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 do. All right. So Brittany Morris's little message in the back here is not as long as Rosie's was. So yet again, I will not read the whole thing because yet again, it's a bunch of some of it is acknowledging the specific family and friends and uh, people within Square Enix and Titan Books themselves. So she starts out by saying, "Before I got my start in game development, I dreamed of telling a Life is Strange story. It was a pipe dream to return to the world of Max, Chloe, Sean, Daniel, Alex, Steph, and Ryan, not as a player, but as a writer. And with Heat Waves, I got to do that. So first and foremost, thank you to the Life is Strange fans everywhere for making this fan community as colorful and passionate as you have. Thank you for all your choices, your theories, and your hottest takes. I hope I've done right by you with this next installment of the Alex and Steph saga. Um, she also says, thank you to Square Enix, who graciously left Alex and Steph's story in my hands for a while. Thank you for your trust and your faith. Uh, and that's pretty much it. Because as I said, the rest is a bunch of acknowledging, specific like family, friends, and all that stuff. So there's that. So that is the that's uh, the novels in the book, in the book, done and dusted. All right. So before we jump into, we start jumping into some of the other stuff. I will take a quick break, a quick bathroom break, real quick, and then we will get back to the rest of the tier list. So I will be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Ah, let's see. Ah, Al, Stefan, what was it? Rachel, Chloe, Max, are you guys y'all enjoying yourselves here? Eyeballing me and watching me during this whole tier list journey that we've been on. I'm pretty sure Max has been taking a lot of really good pictures this whole time. I might. I probably haven't been doing too bad on these tier lists because Rachel hasn't started a fire at any point. So I think I've been doing pretty well. Alex, what do you think? Have I been doing pretty good? Okay, apparently she's she's saying my emotions. She says my emotions are reading happy. So I couldn't agree any more with you, Alex. Okay. So, uh, since Alex uh, since Alex is joining us here, let's finish off uh, some of uh, let's finish off some of the rest of the True Colors side of the Life is Strange universe while we're at it. Since we already did the Steph Story stuff and the Heatwave stuff, might as well do the rest of the True Colors stuff at least. So we will continue to work our way, I guess, kind of backwards with the True Colors stuff at this point. So we'll go with the Forget Me Not comic books. The Forget Me Not comic book miniseries. Where would I put this? Let me see. Where did I put it in the episode tier list? Okay, it was an A. Where are the characters at? Okay. All right. So, the Forget Me Not comic books. Okay, the big downside for the Forget Me Not comics is it's a mini series. It's not as long as the Max and Chloe's comics were, obviously. And realistically, I never really expected it to, because Max and Chloe are the beginnings of this franchise, so they're the ones that have um, the most emotional attachment with the entire fan base. So obviously they were gonna have a much longer like run of anything that they're gonna be in, right? And Alex, at the time that the comics came out, the Forget Me Not comics, um, Alex was still a pretty new character, so she hasn't had the time that Max and Chloe has to kind of settle into the fan base, for the fan base to get um, a big enough like attachment to her yet. So clearly though, she was still like very positively received, because she wouldn't have gotten the novel and she wouldn't have gotten the comic miniseries if she wasn't overall like initially like a well received character to begin with. Um, but obviously Square Enix did not want to fully commit to a long series of uh, comics for for Steph and Alex yet. Hopefully, the comics can continue. At this point, nothing has come out yet on what they're going to be doing with the comics. So, we don't know. Maybe Steph and Alex can get another run of comics and stuff. Maybe something a little longer, maybe a bigger, grander story for them to get involved in. I don't think it's gonna be anything nearly as kind of cosmic um, Max and Chloe did for the comic books. I don't expect it to be that, but maybe with Alex's her empathic empathy powers, you could come up with a story that's emotionally deep and stuff that they can get a longer comic run out of. So hopefully, um, that can be done. Um, the one requirement that I do have for them to do with the comics is keep Claudia as the main artist, because she's consistently, as the comics has been going on, her artwork has gotten better and better and better as far as drawing the Life is Strange characters and all that stuff. So keep her going. Keep her as the main artist. So but yeah. As far as Forget Me Not goes, the story itself was good. I enjoyed what was it? Lily, right? Lily as a character, as the main new character with powers. Her whole taking away memories, people's memories and stuff, and then the consequences of those memories having to go somewhere, and they have to go into her memories. So the more memories she has of all these different people, the more jumbled of a mess her head is, and all of the emotions and stuff that come with taking those memories and stuff. So it's pretty interesting power, especially considering she's a kid, and having to deal with all that is pretty crazy. It also, from a fun perspective too, it also gives us a little bit of a cheeky sneak peek of what would happen if Steph and Alex had to raise a kid. It gives us a little taste of that because they had to pretty much almost become de facto parents for Lily for a while, at the very least until they were able to help her with her issues and track down all the people that the memories that she has and give them back, so that way Lily can have a better peace of mind and all that stuff, and then finally get back to her mother, who she ran away with because she couldn't take ran away from, I mean, because she couldn't take the memory stuff, because her mother, not maliciously, because both of them like talked about it and agreed to do it, was helping people by taking like their memories. So it pretty much became a thing where her mother would like find people who really wanted like certain memories gone for whatever reasons, and she would bring them to Lily, and Lily would take like the memories and like stuff like that. Um, there was no payment involved, so it's not like her mother was like using her power to make like a bunch of money or anything. It was like no, they were genuinely like trying to like help people. But her mother didn't know of the consequences of Lily's powers to begin with. And Lily didn't express it because she saw like how much joy her mother and stuff was getting with helping these people. So Lily pretty much like bit her tongue and like grinned and bared it for like a while. But obviously that was going to come to a head, and that's why she ended up running away, and that's how Steph and Alex meet her, and then finding out, she has powers, what her powers are, and then helping her deal with that. And at the same time, using um, the fact of helping her track down these people, um, using it also as a way of doing certain band performances at these various places while they're tracking these people down. So, um, helping with their uh, getting noticed and stuff for their band. So there's that. That's pretty much uh pretty much it, because this was only like a 4 issue like mini series, so there wasn't a lot of a lot of time to spend with everything. Um, I did like how how Claudia visually like depicted Lily's powers. Like how are they gonna visually like represent like her powers and how they work and things like that. Like how are they visually gonna show that? I do like how they did it. So there's that. Also, uh, Forget Me Not does have a cameo at the very beginning with Rachel and Chloe. So uh, this I did get confirmed by Claudia herself when I met up with her again at New York Comic Con this year in 2025 this year. So, because I asked her, the Rachel and Chloe that cameo in the Forget Me Not comic books, um, were they supposed to be the same Rachel and Chloe from the Max and Chloe run of comic books? Were they supposed to be the same ones? Which would make sense considering Claudia did the art for the Chloe and Max run of comic books. So since she worked on both things, it was like, were they supposed to be the same? And even though, because I pointed out to her the uh what was it? Here it is. Uh, the acknowledgement uh of where the timeline is and what the comics, the Forget Me Not comic, where this like what ending, and well, we already know what ending because it's Steph and Alex on the road. What choices they use to springboard with the story here. Um, and the acknowledge so I'll just read the acknowledgement, right? Not acknowledgement. The timeline description here, real quick. Um, Life is Strange is a world of choices in a multiverse of infinite possibilities. Forget Me Not takes place in a timeline much like the one you know from Life is Strange True Colors, but with certain key differences. In this timeline, for instance, infamous Arcadia Bay residents uh, Rachel Amber and Chloe Price fulfilled their dream of escaping to sunny California, and Max Caulfield never returned from Seattle. Here, the future is yet unwritten, and the past is full of surprises. After the death of her mother, Alex Chen was cast adrift in the foster care system, struggling for years with her curse, the ability to sense and absorb and even manipulate the emotions of other people with her psychic power of empathy. On leaving foster care, she reconnected with her older brother Gabe in the small town of Haven Springs, Colorado. When Gabe died in a mining accident, shortly after her arrival, Alex partnered with Gabe's friends and used her growing supernatural powers to bring his killers to justice. As they brought the truth to light, Alex also grew close to and began dating local radio DJ and drummer Steph Gingrich. As a former resident of Arcadia Bay and student at Blackwell Academy, Steph Gingrich knows Chloe and Rachel. After high school, Steph left for Seattle, where she bounced around the punk scene as a drummer. It was whilst on tour with her two-piece band, Drugstore Makeup, that Steph first discovered Haven Springs, and the rest is history. After revealing the truth of Gabe's death, Alex and Steph left town to start their own band and are now road tripping across the states trying to build a name for themselves one dive bar at a time. So, with that little timeline thing, it doesn't really specify which version of Chloe and Rachel cameo in this. Um, which, as I said, I pointed out to Emma when I was talking to her, and she said um, her intention when she was drawing Rachel and Chloe in the comic here. Where are they? Okay, I think the pages are moving a little too fast. Okay. There you go. Where are they? There they are. E. There they are. Um, is when she drew them for this, she did say that her intention was that these were supposed to be the same Rachel and Chloe that Max lived with for 2 years when she jumped into the Rachel timeline. So so the intention was supposed to be that it was supposed to be a little update into what like Chloe and Rachel were have been up to since the end uh, of the Max and Chloe run of comics. So since Max got back to the original timeline, like what have they been up to? So that was the whole point of the cameo in here was to give like the fans of the original run of comics a little bit of a here's what they're doing now type of thing. But yeah. So uh, so where is there we go. So the Forget Me Not comic books. The for well, I say comic books in reference to the 4 issues, but it's only one. It's only collected in one like trade book. So I will give it. Yeah, I'll keep it overall in A tier. I'll just put it in between. Currently, I'll put it between Steph's Story and Heat Waves. Because I enjoyed the comic book a little more. I enjoyed Forget Me Not a little more than Heat Waves. Because I really enjoyed the creativity with Lily. Um, uh, yeah, okay. I'm just I'm just making sure her name was. I'm making sure the little girl's name is Lily because I'm like making sure her name is Lily, so that way I haven't been calling her by her wrong name this whole time. Anywho, um, so I enjoyed the creativity with Lily's powers, how they showed that, and the consequences of the powers and things like and of her powers and stuff. I really enjoyed that. Um, also, Alex using her powers to interact with like Lily's powers and things like that. So, and how Alex's powers like represent uh Lily's powers and stuff like that. So all of that was very I felt creatively like interesting how they did all that. Is there anything else? Mm, no, I'm not. I'm not thinking of any. Okay. Any case, and obviously the big plus of Steph and Alex being there and the dynamic between them still solid, still good. Um, they also added more trauma to Steph in this in Forget Me Not that she has to like deal with, and that's pretty much her guilt over Kate. Um, because in Forget Me Not we discover uh, that Kate was one of Steph's classmates, and her being uh, feeling guilty that she didn't help um, Kate as much as she should have. Because in this comic, they went with Kate uh, Kate committing suicide, which makes sense because if in this timeline Max uh, never comes back from Seattle to Arcadia Bay, then Kate has nobody to help her. So obviously, there's going to be no one to stop her from jumping off the roof. So pretty much, Steph dealing with the the guilt of not being there when she should have, pretty much. So I enjoyed how they handled all that and stuff. So great stuff there. Um, what else do we have here? Uh, which one will we do next? Uh, you know what? Okay. Let's go with the Wavelength DLC. So the Wavelength DLC, um, before we do the Wavelength DLC, let's have a little bit of a refresher uh, about the Wavelength DLC.
You don't deserve to settle. So play a game that won't either.
So, before these commercials, skip these commercials. Anyway, so let's have a little bit of a refresher on the Wavelength DLC here.
Citizens of Haven, I have a jam-packed show for you. Dude, this job you got me,
It's great.
turns out it's like 4 jobs simultaneously, and I'm qualified for maybe 3/4 of one.
You know you can talk to me, right? About anything.
Ever since Arcadia Bay, it's like the moment I start to care about someone or someplace, it's a matter of time before I find something wrong. And I'm out.
Maybe that's okay. Adventure will always find you.
Gabe, listen. I want to drink until I can't feel feelings. Think you can help me out? KRCT, Steph here. I'll keep playing you the dopest music in all the land. I'll answer your calls and your futures. And I'll update you on the saga of the record store Devil Cat. Ooh, I need a break. I've been meaning to fill out my dating app profile. Hey there, you're live on KRCT and I'm not alone in the universe. Who's this?
Okay. So, get that little refresher for the Wavelength DLC there. So, we will put, so, the best part of the DLC is obviously we play as Steph the whole time. As I mentioned before, the whole Steph overcoming whichever traumas from Arcadia Bay, whether it's her mom dying in the storm when Arcadia Bay gets destroyed, or Rachel and Chloe dying. It's still emotional, like how she deals with it. Other than that, it's really fun because there's the little DJ thing. So you have like a lot of really cool like music and stuff in it. One of them in particular being what was it, Local Natives, which is also a callback to the original Life is Strange, because Local Natives did a song for the original game. So having them return in a small little way in the Wavelength DLC with a different song, mind you, was a nice little callback to the original game. So the downside. Oh no, another thing that was a really cool big plus is the cameos from Chloe and Rachel, and as you saw in the little trailer there, Mikey. So having them have a like small little camp. Well, Mikey is a little bigger of a cameo. Chloe and Rachel are like pretty small cameos. Is was also good. let me see. Um, the downside is you couldn't. The entire DLC takes place within the record store, so there was no leaving the record store. It was very small and self-contained. Unfortunately, also nobody comes into the record store, so it's literally Steph by herself the whole time. So she doesn't physically interact with anybody in it. Um, so that's a downside. An interesting thing that I'm like in the middle with, like you saw in the trailer, was the whole dating app thing, um, which pretty much amounts to like just a bunch of like text messaging back and forth. But it does lead to some potential like interesting conversations that Steph has with different people that like she finds on the dating app, and some of them you get repeated conversations throughout the DLC. So some of those are interesting. Um, Steph also goes on a couple of dates and stuff with some of the people in the dating app, and certain like souvenirs from those like outings and dates and stuff. She does put up like in the record store, specifically in the DJ booth. So you can see like some of that stuff around. Um, Obviously, none of those like dates or potential relationships like work out anyway because it's a prequel DLC before Alex shows up. So Steph can't be in a relationship with anyone because she's supposed to be single by the time the main story of True Colors happens. So obviously those relationships end for one way or another by the time the DLC is done. So um, the DLC does is split into like four parts uh, with each season. So uh, you start during the springtime, and then you go with summer, then fall, and then winter. With the fall part being the Arcadia Bay section, because the fall part takes place in October, and it's close to the anniversary of either Arcadia Bay being destroyed or Chloe and Rachel being killed and discovered. So there's that. Which is the biggest noteworthy part of the DLC is that section. So and it does end with directly leading into when Steph and Alex meet for the first time. So it segues like very nicely right into the main story, which is really good. Um, you also have cameos by certain characters from True Colors, like Gabe, obviously, because Gabe was Steph's like best friend in True Colors, so it makes sense that he would have like a couple of voice cameos through like phone calls and certain flashbacks. Particularly playing foosball if you want to play the foosball game throughout the DLC, then you get treated to like some Steph and Gabe flashbacks while playing the foosball games. Um, and Ducky. Ducky also has like one little phone call cameo where he calls into the record store for a thing. Cause Steph, uh, while doing her DJ thing, she also does like a pseudo fortune telling thing where she uses uh her D&D dice to judge like what type of fortune she's gonna give like people who call into the record store and stuff, which is pretty funny. Well, call into the radio, which is pretty funny. Um, but yeah, it's the big my biggest issue with Wavelength is just how short it is. Like I wish it was shorter. I mean, not shorter. I wish it was longer. To be fair, all of these uh like DLCs all really share the same like problem is how long they are. Like all of these are like on the short end. I think Wavelength is probably I think the longest out of all of them. So I will give I'll put Wavelengths right between Forget Me Not and Steph's Story at the, right now. So yeah, that's where I'm going to place Wavelengths. So we will move on to True Colors. True Colors proper, because we might as well finish off like the entire True Colors saga of expanded material. So we might as well finish off with True Colors itself before moving on to like the other parts of the Life is Strange universe. Um, so with that, we're also going to excuse me, get a little reminder of True Colors proper. So let's take a look. Let's take a little look at the little launch trailer, which is also the trailer for the Wavelengths DLC. Also, we used the launch trailer because when we were going over the when we were in the episode section, we used like the announcement trailers and stuff as a reminder for me when I was talking about the each individual like chapter and episode of like the games and everything. So we used the announcement trailer for that. So for this discussion, I was like, let's use some of the other trailers instead of the same ones. So for this one, we'll be using the launch trailer for True Colors. So here we go.
I see the truth about you.
My name is Alex Chen. I know you're afraid. I am too. I just need your help to get to the truth.
I'm here for you. Don't forget that.
That's what my brother told me. Then he died.
This is your home now, for as long as you'd like.
And I'm still here. I love you, Gabe. Alone.
What are you gonna do now?
I need to find out exactly what happened that night. For myself. And for Gabe.
Oh my God.
I feel like I should warn you, though. You might not get the kind of closure you're looking for.
But if I use my power, I can reveal their secrets. I can see inside their heart, but at what cost?
I know who you are. I see the truth about you. I've seen the worst parts of you. I'm not giving up. Not ever.
All right. So, all right. So, with True Colors, let's see. As far as we had with the soundtrack, obviously I really like the soundtrack of True Colors. That's why it's at the top of A tier. And also, a lot of the episodes of True Colors I really liked. A majority of them are in A tier, with Chapter 3 in particular, which is the LARPing section, which is heavy classic Final Fantasy influences all over the place in that episode. All the way down to you actually having like classic turn-based RPG fights, like so cool. Excuse me. Obviously, also, Steph and Alex are really good. Excuse me. Okay, the performances, everything's really good. Also, just like even the Wavelength DLC, the performances and everything from all the actors are great. Same thing with True Colors. Obviously, everybody puts in good performances and everything. Can't really think of anyone that's putting in a bad performance. Like nobody really, no scene or anything really sticks out as far as like the main characters and like the main supporting characters that you have to like interact with. So that's good. Let's see. The main because this is also kind of a con, kind of a problem with the game is the main villain, the main antagonist of this game is very bland. Because overall, the main villain of the game is like a faceless corporation thing. Because Gabe gets killed in a mining accident, so the mining company is like the ones responsible for him getting killed. So Alex is pretty much trying to prove that they're responsible for his death, and they're trying to cover it up for like various reasons, and for not various reasons, for a particular reason, they're covering it up. So finding all that out is one thing. The As I said, the antagonist being a faceless corporation is very bland and boring, to be honest. Like it's really cliche, pretty much. But yet again, this is not a problem that is exclusive to True Colors. Like some of the other Life is Strange games do suffer from the same issue of having some boring like antagonists. So it's not a problem that's entirely unique to True Colors. But True Colors does kind of try to balance that out because they do realize that Faceless Corporation as a villain is pretty boring because they do put in some people to represent the evil corporation. Because Diane is one. Diane kind of helps, but she herself is mostly a just toe the company line, like yes man representative. So it's not entirely interesting. It does help that she is, hey Ree, welcome back. It does help that Diane is collecting like blackmail and stuff against the company and keeping evidence to prove of their cover up just in case the company tries to fuck her over. So that does kind of give her some layers, but she's not really. They don't really use that to the fullest extent, so that kind of hurts it. The big reveal with Jed as the as a representative of the company too is kind of oh what do you say, Ree? Do I want to know some crazy lore in your life? Sure, why not? If you're comfortable with sharing it, like I'm completely open to anything any of you want to tell me, as long as you're. Oh, oh, that kind of information. Okay. Um. So you, so you're saying that you think you're being catfished? Hmm. That is that is not. Well, obviously that's not great. Okay, so, well, besides Try's reaction of face palming over here, um, you continue to say, I've suspected it since the first time me and this person talked, but now it's building. Um, but you don't make a big deal out of it because you say it's fine, it's not that big of a deal. Well, hey, as long as you know and you're not taking it personally and all that stuff, then it's like, hey, it's whatever at that point, right? Um, but yeah, hey, oh well, cause you, cause Ree says honestly, it's kind of funny at this point. Well, clearly the fact that you're the fact that you're talking about it the way you are, it's pretty obvious that you find the situation funny at this point. And then Try says, uh, that's why you are always upfront about identifying as a slime. uh, um, if you haven't, for those of you, uh, other people, for anyone else in chat or anything, and for those of you on the VODs, Triune System here, who I call Tri for short in these videos. They're a very big fan of Rimuru from that time I got reincarnated as a slime anime. So hence why he's making the him identifying as a slime joke. so, okay, so Ree clarifies that this person that she's thinking is catfishing, that she's being catfished by, is a girl, and she says she claims that she's mute, but yeah, sure, which yeah, sure, but also, but also like the face, and then won't video chat with. But she won't video chat, which is an obvious, as you show in the chat here, red flags. Which is true. especially if they're not, giving you like reasons that make sense as to why they won't video chat. And just so everyone else knows, this whole time, Try has said, "How did I know he was a big fan of Rimuru?" and proceeded to spam a bunch of Rimuru emotes in chat, which Re here is also playing into it by asking them what their favorite character is again. and Try continue to put more Rimuru emotes. And Re follows up with saying that they are still not convinced. And then Try follows up in the conversation saying that they have 60 emotes that would disagree with not being very convincing. Oh, Jesus Christ. And then now Try wants to refer to his emotes as remotes. I'm getting tongue tied trying to say it. But yes, he's combined the Rimuru with the emotes and pretty much came up with his own combined Rimuru emote fusion word over here. Oh boy. In any case, Rimuru remotes. I don't know. We're gonna need to put that in a pronunciation machine and try to figure out how am I supposed to pronounce all that, because I am having some trouble being all mumble mouth in in trying to figure out how to properly pronounce those. So but on the bright side, as far as true colors go, another strong thing is that the town of Haven Springs is probably the most lively location that any Life is Strange game has been in. It's really gorgeous looking. It's really really colorful. Like it really pops the entire like aesthetic of the town and everything. It's really good. And obviously the supporting characters are really good. Like Ducky is a really good standout. Riley is also really good. Gabe's girlfriend, Charlotte, is also really fun. Charlotte's son, Ethan, is also pretty good. especially with the whole LARPing section that you do with him is pretty fun. Hence why the whole LARPing section is my favorite chapter in the entire True Colors. So goes to show my biases on that one. And True Colors does have the best male romance option in any of the Life is Strange games with Ryan. So there is that finally one of these Life is Strange games actually had a decent male romance option. Because that's always been a problem that Life is Strange games do have, is not having a good male romance option. So at least True Colors actually gave the fans one. Like, finally. Sadly, Double Exposure did not keep that trend going. Because Double Exposure wound up giving us one of the worst, if not the worst, male romance option. So, so hopefully they can bounce back in the next game. In the next game, hopefully they can go back and have a good male romance option again. And hopefully Ryan doesn't become the exception to the rule. Because that would suck if he becomes the only good male romance option. But yeah, so True Colors, I would put, even with all its faults, it has enough strength to push it to rise above its issues. So, mainly because of, I believe, its characters. The strongest benefit that True Colors does have is True Colors is probably has the strongest overall cast of characters in a Life is Strange game. Like, overall. Because usually with some of these Life is Strange games, a lot of the supporting cast don't really do anything, and you could kind of like take or leave them. So at least the majority of the cast in True Colors is really good. So yeah, I would give that helps with some of the deficiencies that True Colors does have, as far as like a memorable enough like antagonist, and things like that. So there's that. Some of the more specific stuff I got into when I'm discussing the individual characters. So we're kind of doing a little bit of a Cliff Notes version with this overall ranking discussion. If anyone wants to chime in with anything as we go through this, feel free to chime in. Try chimed in here with a couple of messages here. He says, they say Ryan is my favorite silver medal. Hey, when you're competing against Steph, you're gonna have a very tough hill to get over on that one. So So yeah. Especially if you come into True Colors already being familiar with Steph from Before the Storm, then Ryan is a near impossibility to get over. And then he continues. And then Try continues with, hell yeah, I'll take A tier for True Colors. And then they continue with True Colors getting True Colors gets second tier, just like Ryan gets second place. A, at least Ryan got a consolation prize, because in the Forget Me Not comic books, Alex and Steph do go back to Haven Springs to check in on everybody, and Ryan does get a girlfriend, who I believe her name is Jordan, and she is a bartender at the Black Lantern. So he does get a consolation prize. So he does end up with somebody, and it's like, it's good because Ryan deserved it. After everything he goes through by the end of True Colors with his dad and all that stuff, he kind of deserves to have a happy ending of some kind. So at least Forget Me Not did give him that. So, all right. So since I know Ree is lurking about, because she says she's lurking here in chat, I think it's only appropriate that the next thing we're going to address is, where is it? Where are you? Did I put it here? Did I? Oh yeah, there it is. Is
Peggy 16.
Is the Farewell DLC for Before the Storm? I think it's only appropriate that we address this. And before we address this, we're going to get a little bit of a refresher with the trailer for the Farewell DLC. So let's watch this quick little trailer real quick, and then we'll discuss the Farewell DLC and where that's gonna land on the tier list.
Holy shit! Max, hold that thought. This tape is from 5 years ago. That's crazy.
Avast, future wayfarer.
Oh my god. Today, we go treasure hunting. Awesome. I have you now, scallywag. I'm lucky you're my best friend.
Damn right you are, you mushy weirdo. Now get your ass down here. We have treasure to find.
In a few days, my whole family moves to Seattle. I have no idea when I'll see Chloe again. This could be my last chance to say goodbye.
Okay. All right. So, the Farewell DLC. All right. Let's discuss some of the pros and the cons for the Farewell DLC. And we'll see how long it takes for a certain lurking somebody to start chiming in with their with their opinions on the Farewell DLC. Uh, so the obvious con, which, as I said, is a common denominator with all these DLCs, is it's really short. I will say it is probably the strongest of the DLCs that has come out for Life is Strange so far. From a purely emotional level, especially if you've played the original game, definitely a lot more emotional. Even if you haven't played the original game, you can actually like play this DLC and get a pretty good idea of the overall vibe that Life is Strange does bring, along with the emotional like rug pull that Life is Strange tends to give you all the time. So it definitely sets you up for that. Because that is the end of the Farewell DLC, of it ending with like a emotional like kick in the ball, so to speak. so um so yeah, so obviously the performances are really good, even though it's pretty much like Max and Chloe the whole time. So if you enjoy the dynamic of Max and Chloe, then you get more of that in this DLC. And if you start with this DLC, then it builds a solid foundation for the dynamic and the chemistry between the two of them. So definitely builds a strong foundation that sets up a lot of things to come in the original game, and specifically with Chloe in where she goes in Before the Storm and then the original game. So it sets up a lot of stuff for where certain characters are mentally in the main story of the original game and in Before the Storm. So does a really good job there in the very short amount of time that it is in. The ending song, Black Flies, at the end of Farewell, hits me in the gut every fucking time I hear it. So really good song, with the very minimal amount of music that this DLC has. that song alone hits so well with how they use it and all the visuals and everything that they use while it's playing, that which is why the Farewell DLC, even with its limited soundtrack, hit so high on B tier. So, which is why also it's above like the Wavelengths soundtrack, even though Wavelengths has a ton more music, and Life is Strange 2 and the Captain Spirit demo DLC. Is because the way that Farewell uses the limited music that they have is way better than the other ones. Like, most of the Wavelengths music was just like, you know, DJ music, just songs that you play on the radio in a playlist. They weren't really used to fit a particular scene and exemplify like an emotion within a scene or anything like that. For the most part, all of the music was just, you know, playing in the background and stuff like that. So I may like the music that's used in Farewell, but it doesn't really, they don't use it to service the story like I would like it to, unfortunately. So, and also it goes without saying that Hannah Telle as Max and Ashley Burch as Chloe continue to put on amazing, great performances and continue to have great chemistry, just like they did in the original game. So, so there's that. The biggest knock I can give to the Farewell DLC is at the very beginning of the DLC, it makes a big continuity problem with a particular line that Chloe says in the beginning about Joyce, her mother, probably being downstairs with the radio on and not hearing Max and Chloe blowing up the Barbie dolls. Because with the twist and everything that happens at the end of the Farewell DLC, it makes what Chloe said at the beginning make absolutely no sense. So I would have preferred them to have not had her say that line, because it just leads to a very blatant, like, big continuity problem. So I would have edited out that line and not have Chloe say it. Because the only reason Chloe says that line is to misdirect the player, so that way they don't figure out the twist by the end of the Farewell DLC. And that's the only reason Chloe says that line to begin with. Which I feel they already accomplished, tricking the audience in figuring out when the farewell DLC fully takes place, and the twist at the end of it. So it was a very unnecessary line of dialogue. So that's the biggest thing that I would take out of the farewell DLC. So I will put the farewell DLC overall. I will put it in. There we go. I'm gonna put it it'll be the first one at the top of S tier at this point. Because like I said, it encapsulates the Life is Strange franchise in a very small package pretty perfectly. So that's why I give it the first S tier spot on the list. If anyone else would like to chime in, feel free. Let's see what's next. Might as well finish the little DLC stuff. So we'll do Captain Spirit next. So all right, so we'll do a little bit of a refresher for Captain Spirit real quick, and then we will discuss afterwards where we are going to put Captain Spirit.
Spirit of my silence, I can hear you, but I'm afraid to be near you, and I don't know where to begin, and I don't know where to begin.
It's just me, Captain Spirit. This is Chris to the Flying Fortress. Have you spotted Snowmancer? Not yet. Keep me posted.
Chris, breakfast.
Okay, Dad. You're drinking beer?
I don't need a lecture from my son.
I always get picked last for the team at school, and they never throw the ball to me.
They can't tell stories like you can they?
No way. Start the launch. Too late! Emergency!
You're too weak to fight me.
This time, you won't get away from me.
He was gonna get it done. It is alright.
miss Mom's smile.
Me too. You're probably gonna change the world.
I hope so.
I know so.
Captain Spirit is here!
The Awesome Adventures of Captain Spirit. Download for free from June 26th.
All right. So, so Captain Spirit, obviously, this one is probably one of the shortest little things, because initially it was supposed to be, it was a demo for Life is Strange 2, which Chris turned out not to be like the main character or anything, even though you play as him in this little demo thing, because it turned out to be Sean and Daniel were like the main characters of Life is Strange 2 proper, with Sean being the actual character that the player played as. I do wish Chris, Captain Spirit, the little boy, was actually the main character for Life is Strange 2 proper. Because he had way more of an interesting backstory and setup with his mother that died, his father spiraling into alcoholism because of his depression with his wife dying and all that stuff, and how that affected him and Chris, and how it affects their dynamic and all that stuff. Very interesting setup. I wish they were able to expand on it a lot more. Because even with the cameo that Chris gets in episode 2 of Life is Strange 2, when Chris, hangs out with Sean and Daniel for like the middle section of episode 2, it's still like not enough. Like I wish like they got more spotlight, because their overall story, I was way more interested in anything Sean and Daniel were doing. So a little taste of what could have been, unfortunately. So what else? Also, another con is the game kind of has the Captain Spirit demo has a secret timer on it of when you reach a certain point in the demo, it triggers a secret timer in the background, and you're not able to like explore a lot of like the new things around that you could like interact with and stuff. So that's also like a bummer that you gotta kind of get timed out of the demo at a certain point once you reach a certain point. So that kind of sucks. Because with these Life is Strange games, most of the fun of it is taking your time, like trying to live within the world and stuff that they're presenting you. And then when you slap like a timer on it out of nowhere, then you're kind of shitting on you know, the fun pretty much. And that's not great. So I will give the Captain Spirit demo, I will give it a pretty solid B. I'll give it a solid B. It just had a lot of potential that didn't get followed up on the way I would have hoped that it would, unfortunately. Also, Chris does not have like superpowers or anything, because I know the trailer does imply that maybe his superpower is like an active like imagination or something. But no, that's just a visual representation of like what in his mind he sees when he's like playing pretend and like dressing up and things like that. It's not like a real superpower that everyone else can see. But yeah. But okay. We're gonna rip this band-aid off now, considering we're already talking about Life is Strange 2. So we're gonna rip this band-aid off now. First though, we're gonna get a little refresher for Life is Strange 2 with the complete season trailer for Life is Strange 2. So this trailer is supposed to compile like all like the stuff that happens in like all the episodes into one thing. Which they released once all the episodes came out. Then they put out a trailer that like combines like the bits and pieces from all episodes into one thing. So that is the trailer that we will see here real quick, and then once we're done, we will discuss. So let's begin.
I wish things were different, but we can't go back. It started in Seattle after everything happened. I wish I could explain.
I'm so sorry.
It was all my fault.
Step back.
Dad came out to help. Oh no.
On the ground.
Somebody called the cops.
Now.
Daniel, go!
Sean, are you okay?
Daniel! Oh my god.
Am I a monster?
You're different. We have a home in Puerto Lobos. We'll be fine.
What if this is a bad idea, Sean?
I wish things were different. But we can't go back. Come on!
You have to move forward.
Be honest. Do you think we'll make it to Mexico?
I wish you could stay here with us.
Be careful, Sean.
Daniel, now!
The more you try and control him,
Stop, Daniel.
the less you have.
love you. No matter what happens.
Okay. Well, one of the more important things is, at least for Bo, with Bo being a pretty recurring viewer of the channel here. You probably heard me mention their name a couple of times in these various videos. So shout out to them, because Lila very quickly, at the very least, made it in the season trailer for a split second. Which is funny, because if you've seen some of the past videos, Bo really likes Lila in Life is Strange 2. So it's pretty so at the very least, Don't Nod threw them a bone and put Lila in the season trailer, even if it was for a split second. Giving Sean a hug, which is funny, because if you play Life is Strange 2, I think Lila's the one that desperately actually needs a hug in that game. Okay. So, Life is Strange 2. The pros and the cons. So, we'll start with the positive things. The cameos and callbacks to the original Life is Strange was good, because you can, when you start the game asks you what ending you chose. So, which dictate where, like, what the cameos are. Like, what Arcadia Bay is gonna look like in episode 1, and in episode 5, when you meet David, what overall state David is gonna be in. So there's that. It also has the most endings of any of the Life is Strange games, with, I believe, I think like 6 or 8, 6 to 8 main distinct like endings. Let me see, where is let me see if I could find specifically how many. let's go Google. Answer this for me. How many, oh, there you go. How many endings in Life is Strange 2? 7. Okay, so it has overall 7, distinct endings at the very least. It says about 4 main endings and then 3 additional like minor endings. So it's not bad. Okay. So okay, so Daniel's superpower with his telekinesis, his force power. It's both a pro and a con, the power itself, because they don't really use it in any real creative ways. It's just generic force power. Like, all Daniel ever does with it is pretty much like lift, throw things, like force push stuff. Like, that's literally all he does. Like, they don't do anything creative with it. It's not like Daniel ever has a moment where he uses his telekinesis to like make him fly or something, or levitate or anything like that. So it's a power that could be like very boring, but you could have used some creativity to like make it more interesting, which would have been a pro if they would have done something like that, but it comes out more of a con because it just comes out like being really boring in how they executed it, unfortunately. Which, like Triune said in chat here, besides I appreciate the saying that I'm a pro, which I appreciate that, but they also rightfully point out that Daniel himself is a con. And that is 100% true, that my biggest problem with Life is Strange 2 is Daniel himself with the game. He himself is a problem. He is written very badly because he flip-flops so much in his attitude that it is really ridiculous. Especially when the whole mechanic, the whole selling mechanic of the game is you're playing as Sean, Daniel's older brother, and you're supposed to, your actions are supposed to affect like Daniel's behavior, which kind of works when it wants to, because there are specific moments within the game that no matter how you treat Daniel is gonna do very ridiculously stupid shit to cause issues with the plot and for plot things to happen, whether you like it or not. So it really has a disconnect for the player, because it makes it hard to invest and engage in the story where you have a character that is forcing issues to happen in the game that contradict what the player is doing within the game. So that is the biggest issue with the game. Is the game constantly fighting with itself on what the fuck it wants to do. So that is, I go into way more detail in the character section videos that we did, when I specifically is ranking Daniel of where Daniel and Sean, where they rank. I go into a lot of detail when I start talking about Daniel, into the nuances and specifics of the different things that he does that severely fuck over the game's entire mechanics and the writing and all that stuff. So and another con is most of the episodes are very bland in a lot of ways. You're not really doing a lot. Episode 2 is an example of primarily being in your grandparents' house and not really having a lot of shit to even do in it. So the episode has a fuck ton of dead air going on, and you're just like, what the fuck am I even doing? Most of the time. Because there's not really a lot that you could really interact with. Because in the episode, most of the time, your grandparents are gone. So you're not interacting with them. You interact with Daniel a little bit here and there throughout the episode. And then you interact with Chris and his dad for a little bit. So that kind of picks up the episode. But then it kind of dumbs it down again because they don't stick around for the rest of it. Which leads me to another con that the game has, is the game has this problem because of the setup of the story with Sean and Daniel being on the run because of their dad getting shot by a cop, which is what awakens Daniel's telekinesis power, and makes Daniel kind of wreck the block that they live on, which also somehow kills a police officer. So because Daniel inadvertently killed a police officer with his power, they're on the run for killing a cop, which is why Sean is trying to get them to Mexico to try to avoid the police and being arrested and sent into foster care or whatever the fuck. Which doesn't really make sense considering Daniel's superpower can be very easily witnessed by everybody and demonstrated by everybody. So I think you can pretty much explain the officer being accidentally killed with Daniel's power pretty easily. Because Daniel's power is very visually heavy. Like, anyone can just look at him when he's doing it and see that he's doing it. It's not like Max's power with Rewind, which makes it a little harder for someone to believe that Max even has a power like that. And then, what was it? Alex's power of empathy is even a little more like, can take a little bit to try to get someone to believe that. So, I mean, in general, within True Colors, Gabe can believe it very easily. And then Steph and Ryan end up believing it because Alex does help them with, like, some of their problems. So once she kind of tells them what her power is and how it works, since they already experienced, without knowing it, Alex using their power on them, they end up, putting it together and believing her. But Daniel, it's literally just, levitate this thing right in front of my face to prove that you have the fucking power. So, yeah, I have no idea. Which also doesn't make sense, because by the end of the game, depending on what you even choose, Daniel will fully display his power in a very big way to a fuck ton of people, which is pretty much a bunch of fucking law enforcement, which is pretty much FBI and Border Patrol by the end of the game when you're trying to cross the Mexican border. And the worst case scenario with Daniel is he just gets put under house arrest with the grandparents with an ankle monitor. So even if you wanted to use the excuse that, like, oh, if somebody found out that Daniel, that the police or something and the FBI found out that he has powers, he'll become like an experiment or something for the government. Clearly, game, you contradict that entire statement, because within the ending, one of the endings that you have, he just lives happily under house arrest with his fucking grandparents. So what the fuck was Sean even worried about this entire time? So yeah, it's so ridiculously stupid. But yeah, so I have hours going over my issues with Life is Strange 2, so also, finishing the thought of, as I was saying, for each episode, they constantly hit the reset button because of the whole running from the police thing. So every episode is you're pretty much meeting a whole new set of characters, like every episode. So anytime you build a liking to a supporting character, they don't stick around pretty much for the most part past each episode. The vast majority of the characters. So so the game kind of fucks you over in you investing in characters pretty much. Because it's like, ooh, I like that character. And then by the end of the episode they're gone, and then the next episode comes, and then it's like the character just poofed away, and it's like, okay, whatever. And then it's like, here's this new group of characters, get to know them so that way they can fuck off at the end of the episode too. So which they try to rectify that by having what was it, Chris cameo in episode 2, like I said, with the Captain Spirit thing. And then also in episode 2 you meet Cassidy and Finn, which they show up very briefly in episode 2, but then they become like main supporting characters in episode 3. And then in episode 3 you get introduced to a fuck ton of characters alongside Finn and Cassidy coming back. But then a majority of them, including Finn and Cassidy, kind of fuck off by the end of episode 3. Depending on certain decisions you make in episode 3, Finn can cameo at the beginning of episode 4. Other than, if he doesn't, then he's pretty much gone for the rest of the game. Especially if you make a really bad decision where Finn literally takes a shotgun to the fucking face, but you know. And by shotgun, I mean like a shotgun shot to the face. Or the head. The whole point is, the motherfucker gets killed. But, you also, also get, it's just frustrating, don't mind me. Kind of replaying this game in my head kind of gives me a headache. It's just exhausting at this point with the game. So with that, like I said, I go into deeper detail with Life is Strange 2 when it comes to when talking about the individual characters, and specifically like each episode and stuff. So yeah, there's plenty of other videos and stuff in the archives on YouTube that you can go through if you want way more details on how I feel about Life is Strange 2. So, because if not, we'll be here to give you an idea. I pretty much spent probably maybe about 6 hours explaining Daniel alone. So, kind of goes to show you how much I have to say about the subject, especially with just one character. So, yeah. In any case, this is a very easy C tier. Life is Strange 2 is very close to being down here. But because of of it having enough things that I did enjoy. I did enjoy the Cassidy romance option, which Cassidy was the female romance option for Sean. Yes, and Triune says in the comments because they were there when I was breaking down Daniel. Daniel was literally an entire video. An entire part of the character tier list was entirely dedicated to Daniel because there was way too much to discuss about him that needed to be said. There was way too much. But in any case, but as I said, I enjoyed the Cassidy romance, which was the female romance option for Sean. I enjoyed it for what it was, even though the entire romance takes place within episode 3. So literally, the beginning and the end of the romance is literally all in one episode. Because Cassidy, like, fucks off by the end of episode 3. So even if you go all the way with her, which Sean does, he does tap that ass, or attempts to tap that ass, even though he's a very awkward virgin who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And Cassidy is the more experienced out of the two, so pretty sure she did all the work in that exchange. But in any case, she's pretty much MIA by the end of episode 3, so it's like, well, at least you got some cheeks. But at least thankfully by the end of the game, depending on your choices and what ending you get, she can live with Sean in Mexico, presumably. So there's that. You don't see them actually in Mexico. All you get is a fucking picture of them from Mexico that they mail to Daniel to see while Daniel's under house arrest. So yeah, it's woo boy. I will tell you right now. None of what's left here in the rankings is gonna be any lower than Life is Strange 2. Life is Strange 2 is literally the bottom of the barrel at this point. Let's see. Who are we? So what are we gonna do next? You know what? Let's get some of the let's get some of the negative stuff out the way. Let's do double exposure next. Now, for double exposure, we are going to do. They heavily, for one, Square Enix heavily promoted double exposure in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, they promoted double exposure. Between New York Comic Con last year in 2024, which I was there for. I was there for like the panels that they did. The one panel that they did, which is also on YouTube, on their YouTube channel. I am actually in that video, which is pretty funny. Where is I actually have it on the tier list here. I mean, not the tier list, on my videos.
Hello, everybody.
There we go. So this was the panel at New York Comic Con to promote the full release of Life is Strange Double Exposure. And this was attended by Hanatel Max herself, returning to a Life is Strange game for the first time since the farewell episode of Before the Storm. Moses, newcomer Moses, played by Blue Allen here. And then over here you had Felice Kwan, who was the main writer for Double Exposure, and was also a part of the writing team for True Colors and Before the Storm. And then right next to her over here, in the glasses, all the way next to the computer here, next to the laptop, is Jonathan Stauder, who was the director of Double Exposure. And the lady over here in the corner is just the moderator. She didn't work on the game. She was just the moderator for the panel. Oh, excuse me. Thankfully, the panel has segments on the bottom, so I could go to where I got up to do the during Q&A to ask a question. So this is me back here. I am going to turn around in a minute. So, because I have, what was it? Yeah, okay. There you go. Because I have these three with me during the panel, which obviously all of them everyone at the panel really enjoyed the fact that I did bring my plushies here with me for the panel. So, but yeah, so that was pretty fun. Where's the oh no, this is not the trailer that I wanted to play. Oh no, it was. Okay. Because it kind of looked like the announcement trailer. For a second, I was like, wait, is this the right trailer? And I'm like, yeah, it is. Okay. So I was in the thick of the hype for this. Because also that Saturday, the day after the panel at New York Comic Con, they also had a fan meetup event where we got to hang out with the developers. Felice was there, Jonathan was there, Moses and Hannah Tell were there, which is where I got the photo, the photos in the corner. If you see all the way to the left of the screen, because I have the photo with Felice in the corner, Jonathan Sauter right next to there, and then right below it, you have me with the plushies next to Hannah, Moses, and Hot Dog Man, because they also had Hot Dog Man at the little meetup thing that we were doing. Because it was very nice. It was at a bar. It was at like a local bar and stuff. Very fun atmosphere. Very very chill. So I had not the highest hopes. I was very cautious going into this game. So I definitely didn't let all that hype go to my head. So in any case, so here is, so let's, whoa, what the hell is happening? Oh, okay, there we go. So let's jump into the, trailers, because it is plural. We are going to go through a couple of trailers real quick. Because as I said, they heavily promoted this. So we'll go for this first one right here. Hold on. Before we start the trailer, I need to take a very quick bathroom break, and I will be right back. Alrighty. Alright, let's run through some of these trailers real quick.
Peggy 16.
I'd do anything to stop what happened that fateful night. Now, I have a second chance. My name is Max Caulfield. These days, I'm a photographer in residence at Caledon University. New place, new people. I'm doing pretty well for myself. Definitely want to take a few more pictures.
Gotcha, boss.
And after years on the road, I found new friends.
Moses has hypothermia.
But that night turned my life upside down. Again. Sophie!
Hang on. Parallel world?
There's a world parallel to this one that I can access. Kinda making this up as I go.
I'm not ready for Safi to be a words yet.
I'm with you, Moses.
You've got a lot on your plate, emotionally.
You ever have a thing for the wrong person?
Miss Caulfield, let's speak with you for a minute.
Police have still not ruled out suicide as the cause of death.
Safi would never have hurt herself or anybody else.
He has blood on his hands.
What really happened?
One of these days, I'm gonna find out what you're running from, Max Caulfield.
That was my fault.
I told you, Max. I trust you.
What is this? This time, I have to face the music.
Also, since this is also on the screen right now, I will point this out as a con for the game, which is the Ultimate Edition of the game when it came out was $80. And what you got with $80 was these cosmetic like outfits for Max, which isn't really the biggest deal because Before the Storm did the same thing for Chloe, having DLC outfits, and True Colors did the same thing with Alex, where she had like DLC outfits. That's kind of here nor there at this point. The biggest issue was this cat content that they tried to sell you for $80, and the cat content was literally like 10 to 15 minutes of overall added content, which was atrociously horrible. And the fact of, like it says on the bottom there, play 2 weeks early, chapter 1 and 2. So 2 weeks early, you could play the first 2 chapters of Double Exposure if you paid the $80 for the Ultimate Edition when it came out, which was atrociously bad. Because keep in mind, the game came out at, I think $50? I believe when the game came out, it came out at $50. Like just the standard regular thing was $50. So charging $80 for 10 to 15 minutes of cat content and 2 weeks early to play chapter 1 and 2 was insanely shitty on Square Enix's part. Because obviously this was a Square Enix decision to fucking exclude content from within the game and sell it back to you for fucking $80 as a full package. Like, that is just outrageous. If I was judging if I wanted to count this against Double Exposure would easily be F tier for this insanely stupid fucking marketing bullshit that Square Enix pulled with this shit. So, luckily for Double Exposure, I'm not gonna count it against the game. But since this was on screen at the end of the trailer, I thought that I would at least bring it up and mention it. And hopefully they don't try this type of bullshit again with the next game. Whenever the next game comes out, hopefully they don't try to pull the same bullshit again. Because the fan base already took out their pitchforks and torches. Well, obviously, with more issues that Double Exposure had. But from the marketing tactic of Square Enix alone with that bullshit, they already wanted to lynch the game on a fucking pike already. Just from that. So, yeah, don't do that again. Please. Like, at all. As I said, cosmetic DLC and shit is one thing. But taking out content from within the game and trying to sell it back to you later is fucking stupid. It's like a decision pack. Like, oh, we're gonna take away all of these decisions that Max can do within the game. We're gonna take it away and lock it away behind fucking DLC that you have to pay for. And to unlock those decisions, you have to buy the DLC to get them. That's pretty much what it amounted to. Thankfully, it wasn't that extreme. It was just like having a cat as a pet that you could interact with throughout the game. But still, it's one of those things that if you give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile. So if people were okay with the cat thing, then Square Enix would overreach even heavier next time if you let it be okay with doing that shit. So yeah. So now we move on to the next trailer. The next Double Exposure trailer. I believe there were like 3 special trailers overall trailers that they made from when they did the announcement trailer and when the game came out. So this is one of the other ones.
He's 16.
Alternate universes, time travel. What else can you do?
So Safi's alive over there, huh?
She is. But I think she's going to need our help. If we can find her killer here, we can stop it from happening again.
So, how do we pull this off?
I should cross over and start asking questions.
Seems like Safi rubbed a few people the wrong way.
She and I had our issues, but...
Issues? What could the two of you have to fight about?
In my experience, some mysteries are better left that way.
Whatever you think, you know, you'll never be able to prove it. This case has been abnormal from the beginning, but I know why.
What is this?
You're not as good of a person as you like to pretend, Caulfield.
All this death leads to you.
That's not true.
Okay. I would also like to point out that within the trailer, if you've played the game, you probably notice if you go back and look at some of these trailers, there are some sneaky things that they hid to try to prevent certain scenes from being entirely like how they are in the actual game. Like in some of those scenes where Max and Safi are talking, Safi is supposed to be wearing certain clothes, but because the clothes would essentially like spoil certain things, they have Safi in the trailer wearing different clothes to hide certain things. So there's some sneaky things that they put in the trailer to try to hide certain twists and turns that the game takes. In any case, we also have the final little tiny trailer that they put out, which isn't necessarily a trailer on Double Exposure itself. Kind of like a little refresher thing, though. But nonetheless, here it is.
When I was a teenager, I could rewind time. Just raise my hand and undo everything that had just been done.
Max, what's going on? I had another vision. The town is going to get wiped out by a tornado.
Max, start from the beginning. Tell me everything.
Wonder at the night sky, run out of the daylight. Water the eyes, holding on to hurricanes.
I'm so sick of people trying to control me! You act like you own this town. Nobody owns me.
Your face is covered in guilt.
So, Max, can I ask you a question? And please be honest.
We're supposed to be adults, right?
All you need is the courage to share your gift with others.
I told you before that I'll always believe you.
This tornado might be the end of the world, but not if I can change it.
I can't let what happened in Arcadia Bay happen here too.
Okay, so obviously they used the remastered collection, the remastered version of the original game for those for that little flashback thing. Oh boy. Emotions. Okay. how are we going to discuss double exposure here? So, let's start with some of the pros, and we'll see. Maybe as I talk, we might flip-flop between the two. But let's start at least with the biggest positive. Biggest positive. Bringing Hanatel back to play Max again. And obviously, by extension, playing as Max again in a full game. Not just in the Farewell DLC where you for Before the Storm, where you played as her for that tiny little DLC again. But this time in a full-fledged game. That's the biggest pro. The biggest pro already is Max. Max is also a con of the game, because as the game goes on, there's a lot of moments where Max is very uncharacteristic with certain things that she does. Which also leads to the biggest problem that double exposure has. The writing is very inconsistent. Especially when it comes to returning characters. There are certain moments where the writing feels like certain people on the writing team know what they're talking about, and then other people on the writing team don't fucking know what the fuck is going on. Case in point, the biggest con in the game is how Chloe herself is handled in double exposure. Obviously, double exposure itself, biggest issue is it tries to please the entire fan base and ends up, by the end, pretty much pleasing nobody. Because it tries to come up with a story that could follow up on the original game with both endings, which doesn't work because the story tries to fumble itself through to try to make sense of both endings and make the situation fit no matter what ending you're choosing. And with the Chloe part in particular, with having Chloe around, the story very heavily constantly falls on its face to try to make sense of why certain things are happening and why certain people are acting the way they do. Particularly Max, obviously. And pretty much Chloe being written out of the story by, if she's alive, by if you are in a romance with Chloe by the end of the original game. Chloe and Max break up, and the reasoning that the game gives is very flimsy and very out of character for Chloe to do. Which for me, the fact that Chloe and Max break up, that they make them break up, is not the main issue for me. It's how they explained it and how they executed it is the problem. Since they didn't do that well, and it wasn't believable in any way with how the characters were portrayed in the original game and what Life is Strange 2 set up for them in that game, in the brief cameo with David, in how that was set up for Max and Chloe of where they were, was pretty much a slap in the face to pretty much half the fan base. You can make an argument for probably a lot more than half the fan base, but judging from the percentages of the worldwide percentages of who chose what ending at the end of the original game, let's go with half. Because to this day, the ending is still pretty much a 50-50 split on what ending people go with as far as the original game goes. So already, you pissed off half the fan base already from the very beginning of the game. So you already alienated and probably turned off a lot of the fan base already. Which, the relationship is one thing. If you didn't go with the relationship, then Max and Chloe just stopped being friends. Which, even the reasoning for that is also ridiculously stupid and flimsy and makes no sense either. So no matter what, how they wrote Chloe out of the story is entirely stupid and makes no sense. Which, yet again, it's all about execution. If they were able to execute those ideas way more effectively, then it would have made it better. The problem is they didn't do that. My easy solution, very easy solution, you wouldn't have to change anything because all Chloe does in the entire game if she's around is just a bunch of text messages that you read. So all you would have to do is do a little bit of rewriting to fix the issue, and that's it. If you wanted to have Max be single again because you wanted to have two new love interests, right, that you could choose from. If you wanted to do that, here's the idea you could have done. Very simply. If Chloe was going to be the one that you were going to use to break up with Max, that it was going to be her decision to break up with Max, right? Because that's what you went with. Max has a job in the new Caledon University, right? Because that's what she's doing at the school. She's supposed to be they say artist in residence, so she's supposed to be kind of like a teacher, pretty much, right? which is also very inconsistent because they say one thing of Max's job and then they have her act completely like a teacher, so it's like, which way do you want it? But that's besides the point. If she was going to get the job at Caledon, right, you could have had it as Chloe and Max are already established that once they left Arcadia Bay, they kind of became nomads and kind of traveled the country and stuff like that, right? You could have had Max gets the offer for this Caledon job, right? But she doesn't want, she's conflicted about taking it because of her and Chloe's relationship, right? And she tells Chloe about it. And Chloe pretty much goes like, okay, I have my own thing going on, right? So I don't want to hold you back, Max, for your career, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to put our relationship on pause, right? So you can pursue this and take all the time you need to do what you got to do, right? And then when the time is right, we can meet up back again. And if we're still, into each other and like cool with each other or whatnot, then we just like, resume our stuff, right? You could have easily just written it that way. It would have been extremely believable. It would keep with Chloe's characterization up until this point. And it wouldn't blatantly contradict a bunch of fucking information from the original fucking game and Life is Strange 2 established also. Instead of performing character assassination on one of the characters that entirely built the whole fucking franchise, and you wouldn't even have a double exposure to begin with without these two pairing in that original game. But instead you want to come up with a character assassinating explanation to just completely fuck over one of them. Like if I could come up with a very simple explanation to get to the result that you wanted, then I don't understand how the fuck an entire writing team couldn't come up with that exact explanation that would have fit the situation and be perfectly fine. Would people still have hated it? On face value, obviously, they would. But would it have been a better explanation to make it, to lessen the anger and the overall overwhelming negativity that surrounded that decision? Yes, it would have been a bitter pill to swallow, but it would have went down a lot more smoother because it would have kept in character for both Max and Chloe. Instead of portraying fucking Chloe as a gigantic asshole. But segueing into that, for the purposes of giving Max two new love interests. Were they a suitable replacement for Chloe? Because let's be honest, that is the gigantic mountain that they had to conquer Did any of them accomplish that? No, absolutely not. Neither one of them did. One of them was way worse. And yes, Triune, you do say, and one of them is Amanda, and she is great. Not Chloe, but still great. Since you're bringing up Amanda, and I do know how much and I do know Amanda is I believe Amanda is your favorite character to come out of Double Exposure, I believe. Besides Moses. Because we all know Moses is best boy in Double Exposure. And also you do say that Vin is way worse. Yes. Vin is by far the worst romance option in any of these Life is Strange games so far. Vin is really bad. Besides the problems that arise within the plot of the game, between Vin being involved in the conspiracy with the whole plagiarism thing and whatnot, and also being an ex of Safi, so it's like, why would Max want Safi's sloppy seconds? It's kind of iffy already. The overwhelming sexual harassment that Vin constantly gives Max, like Vin is like aggressively thirsty when it comes to Max to a very uncomfortable degree. Like, he comes off as one step away from being on a sex offenders registry at this point. Thankfully, he does calm down considerably by episode 4. By episode 4, he calms down exponentially, he does. But he starts at such a high level that all you did was bring him down kind of to neutral and normal. But still, going through like 3 episodes of just him constantly wanting to like jump on Max was very uncomfortable. But yeah, he's very, he was bad. And Triune, you follow up with confirming that yes, Amanda is your favorite new character, next to Moses. But yes. Also, an example of making Max very horrible as far as the writing goes, which you kind of saw at the end of the trailer, was her interaction with Alderman in her kitchen. Because if you remember, Max has a photo of her with a gun that she's trying to figure out, like, how does that happen? Because that photo is clearly, like, from some type of future that hasn't happened yet. So she's trying to figure out, like, why would I even do this, right? And she has the photo on her kitchen table. Well, not table, more like the counter, the kitchen counter. And it's in pretty clear view of Alderman when he comes into the house. And she kind of tries to obscure the photo so that way he doesn't see it, which she's kind of accomplishing, which is fine. So far, so good. But then Alderman proceeds to turn his back and his head to her, where he can't see what she's doing at all. And Max never takes the opportunity to get rid of the photo so that way he doesn't see it. Like, at the very least, knock the photo to the floor right in front of you so that way he can't see it. Doesn't even do that. She waits until he turns around, looks in her direction, and then tries to quickly snatch the photo from the counter. So that way he can see what she's doing. I can't. I throw my hands up. I can't. I can't. How does that scene make it through the editing? Like how does that make it past and make it into the final product that you're releasing to people? You'd think that would be so obvious of a problem. Like, what the fuck? And yet again, the argument is, oh, we needed Alderman to be suspicious of Max so that way he would follow her to the next scene, so that way they could have a confrontation with Alderman, Moses, and Max. So that way we can get to that scene. I would make the argument, which the game blatantly shows you from the first moment that Max meets Alderman. Alderman is already suspicious of Max from the very fucking beginning. You didn't need a convoluted, fucking contrived scene to make him follow her. He's already suspicious enough. You could have easily just had him follow her already. You didn't need it. All that did was make Max look fucking stupid. And that scene happens, and that situation happens no matter what you choose. So you can't even use the excuse that, like, oh, it's a choice that you make. You can't even use that as an excuse. So I don't want to hear that. Oh, excuse me. And also, Safi herself. Safi herself is also one of the biggest problems with the game. and also is a good example of the bad writing of the game. Because by the end of the game, specifically episode 5, in the final chapter of the game, Safi flip-flops so much between being remorseful and guilty for what she does when her powers go out of control and stuff, and having a god complex where she's like, oh, Max, since we have powers, we are superior to everyone else. And she literally will do that like 5 times within one fucking scene. And it's like, who the fuck is writing this? And no matter what you choose, pretty much Safi's god complex pretty much wins out, and she's supposed to be set up as a like supervillain antagonist, apparently. So it's like, what the fuck is even happening here? Like, if you were gonna go down this route, then why do you spend all this time trying to set up a guilt redemption arc for her if you were just gonna go with the whole god complex thing anyway? Instead, you should have built to that instead of just wasting time with Safi being like feeling guilty and remorseful. Because she pretty much flips like that and then just becomes entirely god complexy by the end of the game. And it's like, where the fuck did this transition happen? Because literally in the scene right before that, she's confiding with Max. She's kind of like being remorseful and stuff and kind of going through that. And then in the next scene, once they make it to the back to reality and fix Safi's powers from going out of control, she becomes fucking Emperor Palpatine and is like trying to corrupt Max to like come to the dark side, essentially. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing? With Safi, mind you, setting her up for being like going to try to meet other supernatural people and I guess form a brotherhood of mutants type of thing, which she kind of does, or which she kind of does in the post-credit scene where she recruits Diamond, who has powers literally like out of nowhere by the end of the game, which I would have appreciated some more like hints and a point to it, especially since Diamond is a very take it or leave it character. Like, in the grand scheme of the story of Double Exposure, there is no point to her character. So giving a character superpowers that a majority of the audience is not even going to give two shits about isn't really the big like shocking bum 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 moment that I'm pretty sure they wanted it to be. Because, in my opinion, if you were gonna go down that route, you should have made that character way more interesting and essential to the plot of the game that you're writing. Just saying. Amanda, because I kind of got sidetracked with Vin and spiraled into other stuff. Amanda is fine. On her own, she's fine. She's a fun written character. She's performed very well. The chemistry with her and Max, if you go down like the relationship route and all that stuff, is fine. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty wholesome and quirky. It's fine. Even though she has the giant fucking shadow of fucking Chloe around her, doesn't do her any favors. It pretty much hurts her way more than it fucking helps her. But the problem with Amanda is the same problem that Diamond has. She does not contribute any real thing of significance to the main plot of the game. Because she doesn't help Max with her investigation. She doesn't find out about Max's powers or anything until Safi's powers go out of control and then everyone gets affected by supernatural bullshit going on. And then essentially, like, everyone pretty much finds out about Max's power at that point. So that is also like Amanda's biggest problem is she's not an offensive character, but sadly she is a pointless character because she's so disconnected from the main story of the game that nothing would change if she was not in the game. It's very obvious the only reason Amanda is in the game is because they needed a female love interest. So she's pretty much there to tick a box. And that's the biggest crime with Amanda is your motivation for having her in here is to tick a box. And for me, that's very offensive. Especially when Deck 9 knows how to do these things more effectively. Because True Colors was the game that they did before Double Exposure. You had your love interests take part in the main plot. Ryan was helping Alex. Steph was helping Alex. Even some of the NPCs were helping Alex. like Riley breaking into Diane's USB to try to find out information and get through her password protections. But here, what are your romance options even doing? Even in the original game, at the very least, Warren is a punching bag when to defend you from Nathan on a couple of occasions. And his drunk photo that he takes is pretty much the linchpin to the climax of the original game. And obviously Chloe goes without saying because she's pretty much the second main character of the original game anyway. So it's like, where did it go for giving your main love interest some urgency in the actual plot of the game? Where did that go? Especially when you proved that you could do it in the previous game. It's just really bad. And the very blatant carbon copy plot points of trying to emulate the original game so hard, it kind of becomes tedious. Safi, a version of Safi gets shot and killed in one timeline because Max can go between two different timelines, which is her new power that she gets, which is supposed to be an evolution of her time powers, which technically isn't. It comes across as an entirely new set of powers with its own fucking rules. So, which she technically loses those powers by the end of the game anyway, so those new powers kind of become irrelevant by the end of the game. So, there's that. Oh dear Lord. So, Safi, a version of Safi getting shot and killed pretty much emulates Chloe getting shot by Nathan at the beginning of the game, and obviously killed if Max didn't discover her rewind powers at that point. Maya, Safi's friend Maya, who committed suicide because of Lucas's plagiarism of her novel, which he became like a best-selling author off the back of, being a stand-in for Rachel because being like the person that Max is trying to figure out because she keeps hearing her name and it comes back, she's the name that everything kind of like comes back to as being like the source of the plagiarism conspiracy and all that stuff that's going on. So, yet again, being a Rachel stand-in. Obviously, the storm, the tornado coming back at the end of episode 4, and also being shown in episode 3 when Max goes into the gun photo because it turns out she was the one that killed a version of Safi to begin with, which was a direct result of Safi's powers going out of control and Safi wanting Max to shoot her to stop it. Which, yet again, conflicting messages with Safi, with being remorseful for stuff and then becoming a god complex character at the end. So, inconsistent writing all over the place. Like, they didn't even know what the fuck they were doing. And what was it? Lucas being an evil teacher that was responsible for, in some ways, to the death of the Rachel Amber stand-in. Pretty much Lucas is supposed to be Jefferson, but it's like, clearly he's nowhere near as bad as that, but having him be the Jefferson stand-in is kind of like, alright, whatever. And just reusing the Storm again is also pretty bad. Also, the fact that they not only reused a bunch of plot points from the original game, they also reuse a bunch of plot points from the comic books, from the Max and Chloe comic book run. They use an abundant amount of plot points from the comics, to the extent that they had to credit Emma and Claudia in the credits of the video game because of how heavily they took from the comic books. I wouldn't make the argument if a lot of people didn't like Double Exposure because of it being creatively bankrupt. It would be hard for me to argue against that, with the amount of reusing that the game does do. So but it's really sad because I really, really wanted to enjoy the game. But there is so many creative decisions within this game that were not effectively thought out. And like I gave as an example with the Chloe thing, you could have, some of these situations were very easily fixed. You didn't have to do a lot to fix some of these. But the fact that they all just pile on top of each other so heavily is an issue. I will say, it's not as bad as Life is Strange 2. Life is Strange 2's contrivances were way more of a consistent problem than Double Exposure does. Double Exposure's biggest issue is the consistently bad writing. That and characters that are very pointless to be in the game. And also introducing a lot of plot elements that you think are going to be important, and then they just drop them with no explanation or anything. They just leave them there, and it's like, what was the point of all that buildup if you weren't going to do anything with it? Which they may have. And the and Triune says, and maybe one day we get to see Diamond's powers. And the Avengers Initiative. Hey, I wouldn't call Safi Nick Fury because she's technically being set up to be a villain, which is why I gave her like the Magneto Brotherhood of Mutants comparison. Because remember, she's supposed to have a god complex and stuff at that point, with supernatural people being superior to like everyone else. So it more so screams like a Magneto thing than anything else. But which leads me to the point I was gonna make, that maybe all of these, especially the dropped plot points, maybe were supposed to lead into a sequel, because another issue that people had was the game's blatant sequel baiting right at the end. Because that is a thing, that the game does sequel bait very hard at the end of it. Which wouldn't on its face would be a problem. But the fact that you're sequel baiting at the end of a game that from the very beginning already divided the fan base pretty much down the middle and caused so much of a big backlash, already made having a sequel to this game not go over well. And it didn't go over well financially either, because Square Enix blatantly said in their financial reports that Double Exposure was a utter disappointment. And apparently, through the grapevine, that we are going to get a sequel to this game, no matter what. Even though the game sold like ass, apparently, the contract that Square Enix has with Deck 9 contractually obligates them to do a sequel to Double Exposure. Which is going to be kind of tough, considering that because this game sold like ass and the reception of it was overwhelmingly like negative pretty much, they laid off the entire development team of this game. The entire creative team for this game is all gone. The writers are all gone. The directors all gone. For the love of God, they even laid off the fucking mocap director, who's been a part of these Life is Strange games as for all the Deck 9 games. He was there ever since before the Storm was a thing. And then now, like all of them are pretty much gone too. So pretty much Deck 9 has literally like purged everybody that pretty much had anything to do with any of the Life is Strange games up until this point. But this is the problem that, okay. Triune, you say that maybe a new team will fix the issues that the people had. That is my hope. My hope is that the silver lining from this is you'll be able to get a creative team that can try to salvage what is here. I don't envy being in that situation, like, at all. Because it's pretty much the situation that the new team is going to be coming into is pretty much going to be the building is on fire. We want you to go into this burning building and put the fire out. Like, we fired the previous, like, fire department that was trying to save the building. Now we want you, the new creative team, to go to that burning building that the previous team couldn't put the fire out, and we want you to somehow put it out. I don't envy that job at all. Would I want that job? As much as I love Life is Strange in general, and I would love to like work on a Life is Strange game in some way, however small that might be, I wouldn't necessarily want my first Life is Strange project to be a double exposure sequel. Because that would be a tough battle for me to be in. Like, I'm already in the trenches in the Life is Strange community when it comes to dodging bullets from the double exposure haters and the Life is Strange 2 haters. Because Life is Strange 2 and Double Exposure are pretty much the two black sheeps of this franchise. The thing that makes Life is Strange 2 easy is that it's very easy to ignore it because it's so disconnected from everything else. So it's very easy to just push it to the side and be like, okay, this doesn't exist. Which, to be fair, a lot of the games don't even acknowledge that Life is Strange 2 exists for the most part anyway. Outside of cosmetic, like, t-shirts and stuff that the main characters can wear. But by and large, the main stories of the games past Life is Strange 2 do not acknowledge that any of those events ever happened, apparently. Which would make sense for various story reasons for Life is Strange 2. But the fact that there's no real hint of anything from Life is Strange 2 is kind of pretty sad. Like, even though I'm not the biggest Life is Strange 2 fan, it's still something that happened. So at least try to acknowledge it. Like I said, the Max and Chloe comics are the only thing that give a bone to Life is Strange 2 to begin with. with having Brody have a cameo in the comic books. That's the most acknowledgement that Life is Strange 2 has ever had since it came out. And that's pretty sad. But yeah. Okay, Triune, what does Tri say here? He says, well, they say, I still stand by the fact that I enjoy Double Exposure. I thought it was a fun game, but I can look at it in a vacuum. I do the same thing when people hate on the new Star Wars movies. Okay. We'll talk about the little last thing you said. I've never been the biggest Star Wars fan at all. I do see a lot of the issues that the Disney era of Star Wars has been pretty consistently bad from everything that I've seen. And even the new stuff, the stuff that is more positively received, Disney tends to fuck it up. Case in point, apparently a lot of people really loved The Mandalorian as far as season 1 went. And then ever since season 1, the continuing seasons have apparently had a dip in quality as it went on. So it seems like Disney, ever since, anytime they get a win, they tend to like overstep and put their hands in it too much and start fucking with something that was working. And then they make it not work. And that's from me, that's from an outsider looking in, because I have seen, as far as the movies go, I have seen like the Star Wars movies. The shows and stuff, not really, because like I said, not the biggest Star Wars person. I have always been more of a Star Trek guy. So that goes to show like where my sci-fi fandom primarily lies. Here's the thing too. To your first point, nothing I'm saying is to dissuade you from your enjoyment of Double Exposure at all. I'm not telling you like how to feel or anything like that. I'm not Alex. I cannot manipulate your emotions like that and take your emotions away or anything. I'm not I don't have superpowers to do that. All I'm stating is my opinions of how I felt and objective facts about the game itself. Because objectively, I think it's very hard to make a case that Double Exposure was a very well written game. Like there's too many problems in the writing that objectively you can make an argument for being very well written. you can make an argument about certain parts maybe being very well written. Like case in point, like the example I gave with Amanda. Her parts were very well written. I enjoyed those. But it's very obvious that people were given different sections of the game to write, and there wasn't anybody there overseeing all of those parts that were written and making sure everything flowed correctly. It's a game that is very obviously very disjointed when it comes to the writing. Like I said, Safi is written very inconsistently. She's written fine for the most part in the first half of the game, and then I don't know what the fuck happens with her writing by the time we get to pretty much episode 5. Like the writing for Safi like gets chucked off a cliff by episode 5, and it's like, where the fuck is any of this coming from? So like and I am not defending any of the other games, because all the other games have their writing issues. It's just a matter of how much of that bad writing like piles in on itself that it becomes a giant anchor that weighs the game down. Life is Strange 2 had that problem. Life is Strange Double Exposure certainly also has that problem. And obviously, True Colors has its issues. I stated those before. But True Colors' benefit was they had enough done really well that it was able to bring itself above those problems. Double Exposure doesn't do that. Life is Strange 2 certainly as hell doesn't do that either. They have too many problems that outweigh the positives, especially from an objective perspective. Because if you break down a lot of the things like I have during the course of like these tier lists, is you can see the issues are so obvious where it's like, where were the editors in the room like overseeing this stuff? Because there's a lot of issues that are like so obvious that it's like, how did you not fix this? Like the biggest problem for me is when you're writing so bad that you're insulting my intelligence. And that is the biggest offense for me when it comes to writing, is if you're doing it to the point where you're starting to insult my intelligence so heavily, then we're going to severely have a problem. Because yet again, even Before the Storm has its writing problems, which a majority of it is because of how short the game is, and it needs to hit certain points in a certain amount of time, and that is most likely that is brought up by Square Enix's strict schedule and mandate that they gave Before the Storm to begin with. I'm pretty sure if Before the Storm was a full 5-episode game, a lot of the problems as far as writing goes would have been alleviated by a good amount if they were given the more time. But and then obviously the original game is not a fucking perfect writing exercise either. Like all the memes and stuff that people have made with the cringy lingo and like all that stuff within the game, it's like yeah, it was like I'm not blind to all that shit. But yet again, when you make the most pivotal moments count and you execute those extremely well, it can smooth over and a lot of people can look past those imperfections. But when you make those holes so big, then you're not able to easily just step over them. And that is pretty much the issue, unfortunately. The biggest compliment I can give Double Exposure is if Max was not in it, and more importantly, if Hannah Telle did not come back to voice Max in that game, the entire game would have fell apart from the first second the game began. Hannah performance and Max herself is the sole reason that game holds up anywhere close to what it is. She put that entire game on her back and lifted that game up to even remotely being passable. Also, technically, you could also make the argument that Double Exposure's biggest problem is that Max is in the game to begin with. Some of the problems, most of the problems with the game would have easily been completely taken away if instead of Max, the game was an entirely new character. If it was a new character, then a lot of the problems of the game would be gone. All the baggage, all of Chloe's baggage, immediately gone. A lot of the heavy reuse of the original game's plot and everything, a lot of that would have been gone. Most likely the tornado would have been gone. Would Safi still be inconsistently written? Yeah. That would still be there. But a lot of but a lot of the big character problems would be gone. The character assassination, the character inconsistencies with everything else that happened would be gone if it was a new character you're playing as. And you give her the timeline hopping powers and all that stuff. You could keep all of that. Have it be an entirely new character, and then there you go. That fixes a lot of the issues. But clearly, Max being in the game was very clearly a mandate by Square Enix because they wanted a game in time for the 10th anniversary and they wanted to bring Max back, which is why they heavily promoted the game to the extent that they did, without doing the most important thing, and that's effective quality control. Because quality control was not a priority, clearly, with this game. It was all about the money. If we dump Max into the game, then we're going to sell a fuck ton of money because we're going to get all of the original Life is Strange audience to come and buy our game and give us a fuck ton of money. Well, the joke was on Square Enix because that did not work. And people still love Max. People still love Max and Hanatel and all that stuff. But it's very clear that the audience was not gullible and wasn't a sucker like Square Enix thought the audience was going to be. They were going to get blinded by nostalgia and have Max there, and they were going to rank in a fuck ton of money. And that was not what happened at all. And Max and Hanatel deserved a lot better. They deserved a lot better than this. I'm glad that at least Hanatel got nominated for what was it for during the Game Awards in 2024. At least she got nominated for what was it, Best Performance or something. At least she got nominated for it. I knew she wasn't gonna win. There was no shot she was gonna win. As much as I would have loved for her to win, objectively, I couldn't justify arguing for her to win. She did look nice in the crowd when they showed her in the crowd. I loved like the dress she wore and everything. I was like, I love that she got some recognition, especially since in the original game, she wasn't nominated. She didn't get nominated for any real like big awards as far as her performance goes in the original game. All of that pretty much went to Ashley Birch as Chloe. Like Ashley Birch got a fuck ton of nominations and stuff in the original game. And Hannah didn't really get anything in the original game. So from a personal perspective, I at least was happy that she at least got some acknowledgement as far as Double Exposure went. which also reinforces what I said with she literally carried this entire game on her back. Also to that point, Try says that I voted for her. I would have. I don't vote in the Game Awards for the Game Awards at all. Mainly because my vote doesn't matter anyway, because the Game Awards are all decided by corporations and stuff. Pretty much they're the ones that are voting, because the audience vote in the Game Awards, I think, amount to only 10% of the vote. So we're not the ones deciding who fucking wins any of the Game Awards anyway, really. So that's why I don't vote on them. Because it's like, why should I care? But in any case, I'm happy that she got some acknowledgement. She deserves it. Because, like I said, the original game was a double act. You can't have one. You take one of these. You take out one of these characters, the original game falls apart. The original game continues to be remembered and as successful as it is because of these two characters and the work that Hannah and Ashley put into these performances. So it was very late, but at least Hannah got some acknowledgement on a grander stage. This time around. But let's see. Oh, and then Triune has a little joke here. Game Award votes count for more than other votes I do. Brother, ain't that the truth? I can't argue with you on that point. And then you follow up with, and at least I like the opinions I have on game votes. I ain't gonna argue with you on that point. Oh, and also, earlier you wrote, when I was talking about like the new development team and giving me as an example of I wouldn't want that job. Saying me for narrative director of Triple Exposure. Oh boy. Also, there was another point that you made earlier with looking at the game in a vacuum. I appreciate that you're able to do that. The problem is, objectively, it's very hard to look at Double Exposure in a vacuum because the game is shackled to the original game. Because objectively, the game is not made or intended to be looked at in a vacuum. with the trailers and everything that I showed, they marketed the game so heavily on the original game, off the back of the original game, that there's no way Double Exposure can be looked at in a vacuum. You could look at it's the same thing like Before the Storm. Before the Storm is also shackled to the original game. It's just easier to look at Before the Storm in a vacuum because it's a prequel. So you can take Before the Storm on its own because it comes before the original game. The problem with Double Exposure is it's a sequel, and a direct sequel at that, which comes with the baggage of being a direct sequel is you're never created from the very beginning with the intention of being meant to be seen in a vacuum. Even with in all the interviews that the Double Exposure development team had, saying that you don't need the original game to know this, that, and the third, and this is a game that's extremely friendly to like newcomers and all this stuff. When you actually play the game is not newcomer friendly at all. The game is so heavy on your knowledge and your emotions from the original game that it's like, how can anyone start with that? You can take Life is Strange 2 in a vacuum. You could take True Colors in a vacuum. Even though Steph is a returning character from Before the Storm, the story itself is Steph herself is not shackled to Before the Storm for the story to function. If you played Before the Storm and got to know Steph there, then it kind of like adds to Steph's character in True Colors, but it's not directly shackled to it. It doesn't heavily rely on it. The plot of the game is not dependent on it. And that is the biggest sin, of Double Exposure, is that there was a lot of this being said as far as the developers and stuff go, but the actions pretty much told a different story than everything that they said. And you know what they say? Actions speak louder than words. And pretty much all of their actions, as far as what they did in the game, contradict a bunch of whatever they said. Which didn't do the fan base any favors and pretty much made the negativity even worse. Because the worst thing the biggest thing that's negative that you can do to your fan base is lie to them. When you start lying to your fan base, that's a great way to lose your entire audience and fuck yourself. And that's exactly what Square Enix is suffering from now. Is they lied to their audience with what double exposure is, double exposure was, and they're reaping what they sowed. And at this point, even if we get a sequel to Double Exposure, there's no guarantee that you're going to win the audience back, that the game is going to sell. Because by that point, if the sequel to Double Exposure financially fails, then what that's going to mean is Square Enix is probably going to be like, okay, nobody's interested in Life is Strange anymore, and the franchise is just going to sit on a shelf, and we're not going to do anything with it anymore. We're going to finish up whatever contracts and projects that we are contractually obligated to do, and once those are done, the franchise is just going to sit on a shelf, and we're not going to do anything with it for however long. Whether that's 10, 20 years, we're not going to do nothing. And that's the scary part about where the position we're in now. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up on chat here. Try says, I just meant that I try to judge all games I play on their own merits. I never let a previous entry weigh against my opinions. I treat them as reference material, but I try to keep them separated as individuals. But that's a thing I took with me from game design school. And then you make a funny little joke of the only shackles I know of were in the dark room. Technically, you're wrong. Those weren't shackles. It was duct tape. So I'm sorry on having to fact check you on that one. But as you say, I'm supposed to be, I'm the guru for a reason. So duct tape, not shackles. But I do see the point, the joke that you were trying to make there. Back to your previous point. Like I said, I tried to do that too, but when the game, because this goes for anything, whether it's a game, whether it's a movie, a TV show, or anything, when you're making a direct sequel to something and you're literally punching me in the face with the previous thing that you're a direct sequel of, when you rely so heavily on that and you're punching me in the face with it, it's kind of hard to treat that as its own independent thing. Because double exposure has changed the trajectory of this entire franchise. Because up until this point, every entry, barring Before the Storm, was its own self-contained new thing. Life is Strange 2 was a new thing. True Colors was a new thing. The groundwork was set for the series to be an anthology type of thing, right? As far as the games go. Yet again, barring Before the Storm. Because Before the Storm was the exception to the rule. It wasn't the rule. Because Life is Strange 2 and True Colors was the establishing of the rule. And then Double Exposure comes in and flips the table and says, fuck the rules, this is what we're doing now. And it's like, okay, now you just literally, everybody, all the expectations are now out the window. Like, we have no idea what the fuck is even going on anymore. Like, we thought we knew the rules, and then now you literally just ripped up the rules and are making up new rules as you go on. And they're rules that you aren't even clear of what the fuck the rules are. Which just leads to the fan base being confused. Because if you don't know what you're doing, how the fuck does is the fan base supposed to figure that out? But in any case, we're pretty much going to end the video with the placement of Double Exposure, because we've already gone on for a while on both Life is Strange 2 and Double Exposure at this point. And I've gotten autographs from Felice Kwan and Jonathan Stauder, the writer and director of Double Exposure. So if anyone should have had an extreme bias to be positive to this game, it would have been me. Because they literally wined and dined me to make me want to be positive to the game. But I can't, in good conscience, be blind to the problems that I see. So that's pretty much where Double Exposure is gonna land. Right at C tier, right next to Life is Strange 2. You know what they say sometimes, misery loves company. And unfortunately, Double Exposure has to sit there with Life is Strange 2 for company. Sometimes it hurts, man. When you see a franchise that you really love start to get like bastardized and beaten and mistreated by the IP holders who don't know what the fuck they're doing, it really hurts to be a fan of that thing. In this case, Life is Strange, obviously. Because look at this tier list so far. True Colors is up here. And then they immediately follow that up with Double Exposure and just completely jump off a cliff. Which is weird because it's like the praise that True Colors was getting at the time was it was a return to form after the negativity of Life is Strange 2. So we literally went through the effort of going back to basics with True Colors, right? Going back to being in one location, being very personal with a nice, colorful cast of characters to interact with and get to know, instead of the episode resetting of running all over the fucking place in Life is Strange 2 and never getting fully attached to anybody because they fuck off afterwards. You rebound from Life is Strange 2, jump all the way up here to True Colors, and then Square Enix sees that success, puts their head up their own ass, and shits out Double Exposure. And it's like, bro, you went through the effort to correct the ship. You got rid of Don't Nod from making another Life is Strange game because of the polarizing reception of Life is Strange 2. And then you get True Colors. It corrects the ship and it injects much needed positivity into the fan base. Which is ironic considering Alex's powers of emotion and empathy. And then you follow that up with Double Exposure, and you literally kick the fan base right back to where they were in Life is Strange 2. And it's like, what the fuck was that effort for? What was that effort for people to get reinvested in the franchise just so you can kick them in the balls with the next one? again. Instead of keeping a good thing going, Square had to fuck with it. You rebound with one success, and instead of trying to follow up that success with more of it, you chose to overcomplicate the thing and put all this unneeded bullshit and force all of this in. And you ended up with a mess. And Deck 9 being caught in the middle. Because somehow they had to make gold out of these chicken shit mandates that Square Enix pretty much forced upon them. And it's like, how can you work in that environment? How are you supposed to make anything decent in an environment like that? And then Square Enix wants to be shocked that the game sold like ass. Thinking that just because Max was in the game, this was going to be a slam dunk. And it's like, no. The fan base respects quality. If you don't give them a quality product, don't be surprised if they don't give you their money. Hi. So in any case, and yes, Triune, at the very least, Double Exposure is still better than Daniel. Yes. With the amount of tirading that I went on with Double Exposure, even knowing all of that, I already knew that it was not gonna hit any lower than Life is Strange 2. It wasn't gonna hit anywhere near that low. At the very least, Double Exposure doesn't try to force in a racism message like Life is Strange 2 did, while at the same time forgetting what you need to have in a racism message. And that is a fucking message and a point. Which Life is Strange 2 did not do. So at least the game did not have that. And yes, because I've been avoiding the elephant in the room with Life is Strange 2. Yes, the whole reason the game has the stupid border fucking plot point with the whole Mexican thing and getting to the border, and the fact that Sean and Daniel are Mexican kids, is because Life is Strange 2 was being made during Trump's first term as fucking US president. And that was the big thing with the whole immigration thing and his whole border wall thing and rounding up like illegal people, even though a majority of them were like actually like real citizens that he just were shipping out just because. But the problem was that message is they let that dictate making a good story. No, but that's Triune, yes, that the because you say yeah, current events now too. Yeah, I know. But that is the big elephant in the room when it comes to Life is Strange 2 that a lot of people don't really want to acknowledge is the developers that don't nod were blinded by trying to insert like anti-Trump messaging in the game without having a real point to be said in the game. Because all it really does is conflict with the game and make the messaging very back and forth. Because all it does is interfere with the main plot of fucking Life is Strange 2, and it's very jarring every time it comes up. So, because I've been trying very hard not to say exactly try. It kind of gives virtue signaling when there's no point. Yeah, that's what it is. As I said, it's not the biggest problem with Life is Strange 2, but it is a recurring problem that's there all the way until the end of the game. The only time that the racism thing is not brought up in Life is Strange 2 is episode 3 when you're on the weed farm. So outside of episode 3, there is no episode 3 is the only episode where there's no like racism shit going on. And yes, like you say, Try, it's not the biggest problem. Daniel is. Oh yeah, Daniel just breaks the game. But yeah, which yet again, if you want to do a political messaging thing effectively, then go read Heat Waves. Because they do it way better and with a way bigger point to be said than fucking Life is Strange 2 did by a country mile. Which also probably made me appreciate Heat Waves a lot more, because I already see how badly it could have been with Life is Strange 2. So the fact that Heat Waves was able to pull off what Life is Strange 2 couldn't do made me appreciate the Heat Waves novel just that much more. Plus also, is there some spitefulness in it? probably. But I try my best to be as objective as I could possibly be. But yeah. So, this is where we're at with the tier list so far. So we will sadly, I do not want to end the video on such a negative note. I didn't really intend for this to be that negative in the end, but hey. Yet again, you never know what's gonna happen when you're doing it live, right? So, in any case, we'll follow this up next time with the rest of the tier list, because we have the yes, because like you said, Triune, we'll pick up with the bangers in the next one. Because yes, we do. Because the last three major things we have is Before the Storm, the original game, and the Max and Chloe comic book run. Also, I also threw in as a conversation, as a little bit of a conversation piece, the remastered collection also, because I know people are probably gonna ask about it, so we'll briefly go over the remastered collection next time also. So in any event, that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at for next time. So as always, I've been JR. Thank you everybody for watching. Hopefully you didn't get too pissed off with anything I said in regards to Double Exposure or Life is Strange 2. As I said, it's just my opinion. It's just how I feel about these things. And if I shed some light on things that you may or may not have noticed, then there you go. It's all about, having a conversation, having a discussion, and sharing, your opinions, ideas, how you feel. So, again, thank everyone for watching, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later.